Welcome back to another day of Final Fantasy XIV. When we last left off, we met the Ways here, and a lot went down yesterday. So much so that now I have no idea what Endwalker is going to be about. So I have no idea. I think the thing we should probably do next is let's use these items in our inventory. I don't think we need these. Yeah, we got a better jacket now by 7 levels. What's the jacket that we were wearing? This one? Yeah, so now I have absolutely no idea what we're gonna do. So let's see. I pointed it out yesterday. There's a lot of Final Fantasy. I know we had like the Crystal Tower and some other elements of like other Final Fantasy games. But Endwalker really feels like the first expansion that is very heavily inspired by like a direct Final Fantasy game. There is so many Final Fantasy IV elements in Endwalker. Like the music right now that's playing right now is from Final Fantasy IV. This is the town theme. Now, you know, it's not like we haven't heard music from other Final Fantasy games prior. But, like, where we are right now is very reminiscent of Final Fantasy IV. These guys are from Final Fantasy IV. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on that's, like, very reminiscent of FF4 right now. Hey, Fox. Hello. Triple Fox. A taste of the moon. With the final days fast approaching, Living Way is keen to complete her preparations. Right then, now that you're here, we need you to teach us all you can about your people and quickly. It won't be long before the final days are upon us in all their terrible grandeur. So it is imperative that we prepare to receive our passengers to be. If there is anything at all, that may displease them, it must be addressed post-haste. And address we shall. Here at the Best Way Barrel, we have assembled everything required to offer our guests the best way forward. We have produced a Mariah amenities we understand to be essentials for day-to-day living, and I wish to hear your opinion on them. I'm sure you're all worked up and appetite, so why don't we start with food stuff? Meet me at the Caratorium, and we'll see you filling your bellies. She does not want for enthusiasm. The notion of ethereal rotting to its core being a matter of course is rather concerning, though. Nevertheless, let us take this opportunity to learn more about the Luporates and this vessel. Hey, Parisi, hello. Good morning. Yeah, that was a lot of people's reaction. Yeah. Oh, it looks like we gotta go down. This area is huge. There? Wait, why do you have enemies in your spaceship? This is a Final Fantasy XI enemy. That one's fine. Oh. Welcome to the Caratorium. Here, we create prototypes of various sundries required by our soon-to-be passengers. Allow me to introduce the head of foodstuff production. Cooking Way. Pleased to meet you all. Our work has involved no small amount of trial and error, but after many, many cycles of painstaking labor, I dare say we have created the finest cuisine our guests could ask for. I've learned all about the essential nutrients for a healthy and balanced diet from the reference materials we've received. Why, I'm practically worn the words of those invaluable pages. Naturally, we also considered ease of growth and production. We will not want for ingredients. I must insist you try some. We have fresh stock recently prepared on account of, well, because we just woke up and we're all quite famished. Hop along the platform here and you'll find a storage unit full of bustering with delectable delights. Help yourself to anything you like. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, could you make these any taller? Those are some big ass carrots. You open the storage unit to find a rainbow color assortment of carrots. Well, okay. Now I guess I see why you call it the Caratorium. Let's do the Omius Crimson Carrot. The soft texture and rhodidolent aroma of this carrot, this crimson creation, believes its staggering weight. The excess length and girth only compound the mystery, leaving you perplexed as to the nature of this carrot. Yes. On second thought, you elected to simply take an obscenely large carrot for now. Due to its bizarre qualities, it would be prudent to ask Cooking Way whether it's safe to eat first. So, did any of our selection set your mouth watering? Ah, yes, a fine choice. One of my personal favorites, actually. Please, dig in. I'm eager to hear what you think. With great trepidation, you take one bite out of the carrot. The carrot is oddly tender, but as you begin to chew, a rich aroma fills your nostrils. A newfound vigor begins welling within you. The rumbling of your stomach, however, suggests it may simply be indigestion. What did you think? Unlike anything you've ever tasted, yes? The iron carrot can be a bit difficult to digest, but the boost to endurance it promises makes it a perfect meal for a day of heavy lifting. We have plenty of other varieties too. Bleeding carrots to improve blood flow, green carrots to help with sleep. You see, we have a carrot for every occasion. These carrots are extraordinary. But what if I don't like carrots? You don't like carrots? Oh, you must mean you don't like them served in this fashion. Worry not. We have parried versions on hand if you haven't time to chew. I take it you two had a wide assortment of carrots to choose from and not else? If I may ask, what exactly did these collaborators share with you about cuisine on Ethersea? Ethers. Surely you're aware we have an abundance of dishes and foods you can emulate. Of course. But, well, it was only quite recently that we established contact. Even holding a conversation was a struggle at first. So imagine our surprise when they sent us a mountain of books and documents with no clear instructions. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming. If it wasn't for that encyclopedia I found, we would have been lost where to begin. So we decided, rather than divide our resources to prepare a variety of meddling and potentially unsatisfying meals, it would be more efficient to devote our efforts to the production of a single perfect food. That's all well and good, but man can't live off raw carrots alone. Have you considered cooking them? You mean steaming, boiling, roasting, and the like? I suppose we could prepare carrots in other ways. Our primary concern was efficiency, and what more effective than sinking your teeth into a carrot fresh from production? A rather strange approach to take one for one named Cooking Way, isn't it? Well, technically speaking, Cooking Way isn't my given name. When first created, we all had we were all named in the old tongue, you know, that otherwise impenetrable parlance the Watcher speaks. After we received the great tome of words, a dictionary, that is, from our collaborators, we learned your language. Adverbs, gerunds, present, continuous verb, conjunctions, the basics. Then we found the terms related to our given task and we used them to form new names. Aren't they useful? No, not really, but it does explain a great deal. Where this they kind deemed such a change necessary. The rest, fuck. The rest of your people, when the rest of your people arrive, we want to certainly understand immediately what each of us does. You'd never be able to pronounce our original names anyway. I see. I hope our critiques, as such as they are, were helpful to you. Although if you should decide to preserve flora and fauna from Aetheres as well, you would be able to offer the passengers a more balanced diet. Until such a day, one I pray coming sooner than later, it would appear there is naught but carrots on the menu. Yeah, that's nice. Style the hero. Livingway is eager to show you more of the moon's wonders. We think we had our fill of carrots for now. Let's move on to other necessities, shall we? Our clothing production is sure to impress. This way. Impressed, they say. The lack of preparation is the problem, clearly. Oh, it's right there. I can't believe they increased the number of these, like, by what, double, if not more? Oh, I didn't think you could come over here. Oh. Dude, I can't. Come on, I was hoping the Chocobo would make this easier. He's struggling just like I am. Mm, 784 East. Oof. When will that LC show up in the store? I have no idea. No clue. It seemed like 13 was popular in the East, but it seemed like the West didn't receive it well at all. So I don't know. Here we are, the apparel production station. We've chosen to employ more traditional methods for this task, creation magics. Heidenal, in her infinite wisdom, blessed us with self-same affinities for magic her people possess. We have other amazing talents, of course. I know, you're dying to hear about them. But I will regale you with our current details another time. That said, we did run into a sort of spot of trouble at first. Our magics alone was not sufficient to see our work done. In the end, we discovered crystallized ether was a wonderful catalyst that could provide us with extra vibes we needed. My, how resourceful. The sweet sound of recognition. You will also be impressed to hear we read all about your habitat of changing attires to match your chosen profession. For the sake of efficiency, I presume this has also been taken into account with our designs. But why take my word for it when you can simply try on our clothes? Make yourself known to the workers, and they'll see to the rest. Watch it turn out to be all the same pair of overalls. Oh, it's you. One of the visitors from E3. Goodness me. Mapping Way wasn't kidding. You really are smaller than the Watcher. Alright, you're here to try on a set of clothes, yes? What would you, have me fashion for you today? An outfit that embodies my bloodlust. Something simple yet functional. A fashionable and refined ensemble. Something simple yet functional. It's simple and functional. Right. Take this one. This'll take one moment. Alright, it wasn't overalls. There we are, all finished. A perfect fit, if I do say so myself. Nothing too billowy or frilly, as you can see. Also lined and durable, sure to serve you well whenever your travels might take you. Would you look at that? Speechless. And here I thought you may not like it. Little do you know. If you're in mind to try something else, why not speak with my fellow artisans? I'm sure they'll be happy to oblige. You must continue wearing these garments in order to progress. You will change back to your normal garments if you move too far away. Look at your map for the garment change area of effect. Speak with restless loverites to restore or prolong the garment change. Okay. Oh, it's glamored. I see. No one said you were coming. Can I help you? You wish to try my clothes? Really? Of course I would. It would be in my honor. Do you have anything in mind? Got anything a bit more, flair? I'm looking for clothes with an altogether different design. Surprise me. Surprise me. Yeah, I think I can handle that. Let's see. This should do it. One of my best works yet. A relatively new concept incorporating an idea that's never been tried with clothes before. Fragrance? Can you smell the carrots? Sniff, sniff, simply divine. I was worried how the concept would turn out when put to proof, but it looks stunning on you. Won't you go and show Living Way? I'm sure she's eager to see what you've come up with. You must continue wearing this garment in order to progress. Okay. Carrot fragrance. Gotcha. Oh, my, don't we look splendid? The result of much trial and error, but how I know quality work when I see it. You shouldn't speak. Shh, you shouldn't speak. I can see your adornment for the moon and wee lappets in your eyes. No doubt your friends feel the same, having sampled our creation. Yeah. Yeah, I bet. Sorry to keep you waiting. What are you wearing? What are you? We sampled all of their concepts, we returned. Verily, this ensemble is most becoming. What is up with the mask? I didn't realize we were wearing a mask. I think it's past time we return these clothes. I was so confident our garments would meet your approval. Whatever are we doing wrong? The Watcher taught us, in his time, everyone wore the same robes. To do otherwise was against social etiquette. We thought we could appeal to modern tastes by tailoring the robes to specific professions, but please, you mustn't be so hard on yourself. Should we resort to evacuating the people at Ether, they will most certainly have need of your attire. 'Tis clear you spared no effort in addressing our needs, but you must understand that we are not quite so homogeneous. Speaking for yourself, speaking for myself, what I wear now better suits my taste, even if it is of inferior make. But there are others whose choices may be influenced by traditions or personal experience. Rather than make assumptions for the whole, you must consider the individual and their personal preference. I fear we underestimated the complexity and diversity of your people. Even if we memorize every tome we receive, I doubt we'll fare much better. Maybe we're doing a disservice trying to shower you with our blabbles and flappery, thinking it was of your benefit when you'd be better off on your own. There are some who might agree, people who prefer to keep others at arm's length, even when they shouldn't. As one such former fool, I'd like to ask a question. This plan to evacuate and escape the final days, did it account for the reflection of the source as well? The reflections for the source as well? Not that I'm aware of. We were born of Heidenel's love for Aetherus and the salvation of the people on that star. And that star alone has ever been our aim. Surely it's better to devote ourselves to saving one world than dividing our efforts across 14. Risks failing them all. I suppose you're right. Living Way, might we have leave to explore the Best Way Bellows unattended? You have given us much to think about. Why certainly. Until then, later. Until later then. If I may, I should like to accompany thee a while longer. Really? I mean, you're more than welcome to. There was actually something I wish to speak with you about. Let's be off then, shall we? Okay. I wonder what they're gonna talk about. Speak with Fidgety Lapret. Oh, my apologies. I wasn't trying to spy or anything. Everyone's been talking about some visitors from Etherite, and I wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I was excited at first, but now I'm worried. If the people at Etherite refuse to come, what if we can't save them? It's clear we've made a mess of things. But wait, you still haven't visited the Domicelis? Once you see them, you'll understand how wonderful the moon truly is. I'm sure of it. I'll be waiting by the teleporter near the entrance. Oh, and the name's Growing Way, by the way. See you soon. Growing Way. I'll just teleport over. Okay. You're here. You're really here. Thank you. Thank you so, sorry, what should I call you? Akamatzu. Crickety, even your names are amazing. Well, Akane, we'll be using this teleporter to enter the residential area. Whenever you're ready. Okay. Residential area? On the moon?
Ready in the teleporter. Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
Nice job.
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Oh.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
It would be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Oh, we haven't learned who their collaborators are yet.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
I was guessing it was Charlene.
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work. Oh, quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up.
No, I wanted to hear what he had to
It's a
say.
bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Great freaking timing, dude. Gosh, that was embarrassing. I promise to be more careful from now on. Since the residential quarters are closed for now, I've rerouted the teleporter to allow travel between the floors instead. Hopefully it proves useful in the meantime. A shame you couldn't see it though. You'd really like it. What's this? Leg armor. You can now teleport between the upper and lower floors of the Bello via the teleporters. Yeah, okay, that made sense. Alright, let's use this. Alright, we got 2 side quests to go do. Where are we on the map? They say it's 120 miles south. Oh, there it is. Right there. Flying here would be like really useful. East. Okay. Oh, this place is very green. This is like a park. Oh, it's Final Fantasy XIII enemy. West. Southwest. Oh, it's right there. Southeast. How many of these we got? 5? How many are there total? 10? There was 4 in the previous areas. So they added 6 to each area. Jeez. Hold up. Oh, hey. This was the fishing spot I needed, too. Nice. Fishing on the moon. Here, nice. Okay. Sweet, we got all 3 fishing spots. Oh, you can't spearfish on the moon? Really? 2 out of 10 video game. Another Final Fantasy XI mob, dude. The moon is just full of them. There's so many. Like inside and outside. I think we've literally seen more FF11 mobs on the moon than like original ones. Alright, 720. Oh, so it's like out here. Hey, Kaiwi, hello. Yeah, I feel like shit today. Jeez. I don't know what it is. I didn't feel that bad waking up now. I feel like perfect. Did you try fighting the monster in the area? The monster? As in like a single one? No. I haven't fought any in this area, no. Why do you ask? I don't know if you're meaning that for me to fight like a specific one or... I mean, I fought some moon monsters yesterday. Oh, any of them? No. No, they're mostly FF11 mobs, Yukoi. I can't hurt them. Sorry. It's written in the rules. Wait, northeast? What? Oh, it has to be all the way up there. Oh, this is a set path. I see. I was kind of hoping that we were going to be able to control him. You will know soon enough. It has to be over there. See the FF11 leech enemy. This is new though. Oh, they didn't want to show the landing, huh? Oh, that's strange. Why the landing of all things? Alright, well... northeast. So it's probably over here. like yoga cactuses. We gotta find a way. Gatekeeper. Yeah. Yeah, we already pointed out these are FF11 mobs from yesterday. These are in the second expansion pack, Chains of Promathia. You meet them rather early too. Like in mission 2, 3, I think. So, pretty early. Dang, I was kind of hoping that this would settle for you discover a new area. Northeast, so it's over here. Oh, there's a bridge right there we can take. But is there a bridge that we can take to get over there? Ah, yes, right there. I think. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, no. No, this looks all separated. Yeah. Okay. I think we're gonna have to get back on the dog. Okay. Now if we fly us back exactly where we skip this? No. Take this bridge, that bridge. Ah, shit, there's... No, yeah, we'll be able to go over here. Yeah. Alright. We'll wolf it on foot. No pun intended. What the hell is this? Didn't expect that. That's weird looking. Alright, over here. Nice. Hey, okay. Undiscovered. Nice. What the hell is that? East. Okay. Wait, I must have passed it. We'll get it on the way back. Hey, Sunny, hello. East. Ah, it's right there. Southwest. Alright, let's uncover this area. Nice. Excuse me. Wait, there's people walking around up here? What? Downfall Hunter. What the fuck? Oh, it's like a mech. Oh. Alright, west. There's no way for us to get over there, though, is it? I don't think so. Oh. 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 Oh, okay. Northwest. Oh, it's pretty close. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Nice. How many more? 2 more, yeah? Yep. Northwest. 599. Okay. And we're gonna have to go all the way back this way. Okay. Probably just west, I would assume. Northwest. Now, how are we gonna... North. Okay, northwest. Sure. North. Oh, it's right there. Oh, that was easy. 1 left to go. Southwest. Probably here. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It leads down to the chasm. West. Northeast. Oh, it's underground. It has to be. It's another fucking Final Fantasy XI enemy. They just took the Promi enemies and said, hey, they're all space related. What the fuck? These are literally all the COP Promi enemies. Ah, there it is. Hey, alright, got them all. Yeah, that didn't take that long. Not really. Oh, hey, cool. We also uncover the map too. I'm gonna assume that we can't do the middle part. Yeah, just gonna assume. That wasn't too bad. Alright, let's get this part. Is that a bomb? It's a moon bomb. That's cool. Alright, well, we uncovered pretty much almost all the map except this, which I don't think we can do at the moment. Because we probably need flying, I'm gonna assume. They seem to always leave one area that you need flying to uncover. At least that's how it was in the last expansion. More Final Fantasy IV music. Alright, let's find these side quests. We have the rabbit race from 4. We have the moon. We have the fake moon from 4. 4 music. Now all there needs to be is a real moon. I finally have the pixel remasters, but Mario RPG's coming out. We'll have to wait. I like to play Super Mario RPG. I don't know when I'll find the time though. Carrots, it's what's for dinner. Yawning Way needs help gathering the Carrotorium's labyrinth for the mealtime. Oh, brother. There's no sign of any of them. It's almost time to eat. You there. Yeah, you happen to head to the Carrotorium? Could you let my fellows know it's mealtime? If we don't eat, I can't take my nap. Many things. They should come running at the mention of carrots of happiness. So just say those 3 magic words and they'll be on their way. Sure thing. Alright, what do you want, Watching Way? Watching Way has a mystery in want of solving. Excuse me, miss. Have you, by chance seen any thieves prowling about the ill-gotten iron carrots? They're crimson, tender, and surprisingly heavy. The carrots, that is, not the thieves. If you, haven't seen it yet, I'm sure you will. We've been told that you adventurers are quite good at solving crimes that no one else can be bothered with. Wonderful. I'm relying on you to solve our carrot caper. Honestly, what matter of fiend would deny a lubricant her dinner? Anyway, our culprits took 4 carrots in all. Those are not easy to carry about, so I dare say they haven't gotten far. Okay. If I remember from the reference, they didn't have distinct names for the bunnies in 4. They were all just one name. You noticed different names of them? You're mostly correct, yeah. There was 2 of them. The guy that went around asking you to change your name constantly had a different... I believe he had a different name from the other rabbits. I think. Or it could be another game, because the rabbits do show up in another game. I don't remember which, though. But I remember you find them on the moon. You find them on the moon. In like abundance. Yeah, based on the primer you, but recently received. You can say they're relatively certain that the iron carrot was not blue. This scrumptious-looking iron carrot has tragically been abandoned in its prime. Yeah, I was saying yesterday, I was saying or last couple days, like, this scrumptious-looking iron carrot has tragically been abandoned in its prime. Obviously, it's, like, not bad. Like, the game isn't, like, terrible to play without playing the other ones. But you do miss out on all the references from other games if you don't. Like, there's, like, but at the same time, they're kind of hard to spot. Because, like, yesterday when I heard this theme song, I was like, I know this song. But I was like, is this the Final Fantasy IV song? But I wasn't sure. So that makes me wonder how many other things I've missed from the other Final Fantasy games because they're so subtle. But there's so many references. The whole Crystal Tower stuff is taken directly from Final Fantasy III. The 2 androids you meet, or clones, they're the names of the people that help you in the game. And then the Zandi, who's the ruler of the Alag, he's literally the bad guy of Final Fantasy III, or one of the 2 if you want to go that way. And then the 2, They were all students of a guy. And we've already fought like the big bad in from Final Fantasy III twice already, actually. We fought him on 2 separate occasions. And we fought him in both of their looks. They took one look from Dissidia. If you don't know what Dissidia is, it's basically just a fighting game for Final Fantasy that brings all the a lot of the hero or a lot of the main face characters together. And so it's like one of the games where they touch up the models to make them look like HD and stuff. And so they took the main bad guy's model from Final Fantasy III, and then they had the original way it looked that we fought in a dungeon earlier. So they had both versions of the bad guy from Final Fantasy III. There's a lot of small references. Or the whole Eden Alliance raid is Eden's a summon from Final Fantasy VIII. And then I missed a lot of it because I was focusing on the battle, but Ray was telling me like a lot of the moves they were using were actual moves from Final Fantasy VIII and stuff like that, which I couldn't see because I was focusing on not dying. But the music it was from Final Fantasy VIII. A lot of the bosses you fought were from Final Fantasy VIII. So you do miss out on that stuff with the little references here and there. But in no way does it like ruin the game, right? It only makes it better, I say. I felt the same way with Yakuza 2. Like, if you play the new Yakuza, which is, like, it's trying to appease the new fans, because they switched main protagonists. So you'll hear, like, a lot of people say, like, oh, you don't need to play the prior Yakuza games to play and enjoy 7. Which is true. You don't have to. You absolutely don't. But if you do, it makes moments in the game that much better. Especially Yakuza 3. If you don't play Yakuza 3, there's a moment in Like a Dragon that is just completely lost on you. Which kind of would suck, because you wouldn't... It's a big moment for a character that you thought was, like, long dead. And that happens a bunch in Like a Dragon. You're like, what the hell? Wait, why are you here? Ugh. Yeah, Omega. Yeah, the Omega stuff was filled with references too. Yeah, you had the Final Fantasy. Yeah, the Final Fantasy. Yeah, you had Kefka and like bosses from the old games. The when you fought what's his face? When you fought what's his face? What was the guy's name again? The guy you fight in post Shadowbringers, Elidibus. When you fight Elidibus, he's literally in the likeness of the original Warrior of Light from Final Fantasy 1. That's like when they redid the Warrior of Light to make him look HD. That's how he looks. They always made him look like that. Bleep. Bleep. Insufficient stock of iron carrots. Iron carrots detected. Initiating iron carrot procurement. And then, like, there was a Final Fantasy XI reference as well. During the... This is the battle theme from Final Fantasy IV. Alright, now I see why you wanted me to fight. Okay. Or that, you know, little things like that. You lose that too, or you don't get to realize that. You know? That's the battle theme from FF4. That's cool. What was the during the I forget what expansion it was when you had to fight the 4 gods, Gimbu, Suzuka, Shinryu, and all that. That was actually a Final Fantasy XI reference. Granted, it's based off it's completely based off Chinese mythology, but in Final Fantasy XI, the first in-game event you ever do is called Sky, and in it you fight 4 sky gods: Gimbu, Shinryu, Suzuka, and Byakuo. And then once you defeat them all, you fight a being called Kirin. And to my understanding, Kirin goes by different names. I think Kirin can be called Quellin, I think it's Quilin. And then this version, they use the I think Koryu, I think, which is how they do it in SMT. So it was kind of like a nod to the first in-game event in Final Fantasy XI, but the music they play in the area is from Final Fantasy XI too. So, my whiskers, a visitor from Aetheris. What do I do? What do I say? Have you brought any snacks? What the chat menus say, use your keyboard or software keyboard to enter the phrase "carrots for happiness." Oh. Damn it. What, did I misspell? Oh, I put carrots of happiness. There you go. Could that mean yes? It must be time to eat at last. Now I have waited for this moment. There's nothing like a carrot of happiness to fill the void in one's belly and soul. But yeah. Kirud had just played out. He was done for a character, but showing him up for a cameo was nice. Yeah, you lose that, and then you lose... There's just like a lot of small references in Like a Dragon that you would lose if you haven't played the prior games. Like one of the vendors, it's like, wait, how are you here? The bar owner, it's like, wait a minute, how are you here? And then he goes on and he tells you once you finish his side stuff, which is like this big old deer. Take this square root and roots you get. Carrots of happiness, you say? My, this is it that time already? I was working on projects for optimal carrot production based on total populations of Aetherite to ensure that... Oh, never mind, I must make haste or I'll miss out on the seconds. And then, you know, like I've been pointing out, the only other thing you really miss out on is just being able to identify the monsters that are taken directly from other games. Like this right here. This is a Final Fantasy XI mob, and funny enough, I just mentioned the event Sky, and that's actually where you first meet this monster in FF11. It's a Sky enemy, like a regular enemy just walks around. He doesn't look, color scheme, he doesn't look exactly like this. He's brown in Final Fantasy XI, but it's the exact same, like, model. They just colored it different, and the moves are exactly the same. So you do kind of miss out on that a bit, I guess. But there's like, there's so many taken from so many different games Some more than others, though. Like, Final Fantasy XI is the one that they've taken the most from. And I think we've seen one Final Fantasy X mod. Like, total. We saw when we were at the Garlean capital, there was also a, they took the original super boss from Final Fantasy I, Death Machine, and they made it a regular enemy, which was pretty cool when you were just going through the capital. I thought that was neat. Because that was like, that's the series' original super boss from the very first game. Although there's not many like Final Fantasy II references. Doesn't matter what you think about the game. Still not that many. Unless they have... Maybe they have the Emperor somewhere. And I just missed them. Maybe he's behind stuff like that I haven't done. I can't imagine they wouldn't have him. We've already fought the final boss for Final Fantasy I as well, Chaos. We already fought him. Absolute Virtue. Oh yeah, they had the beavers. You're right. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, they had the beavers. True. They have Gilgamesh. Well, they had X-Death. Yeah, so they had the final boss fight for Final Fantasy V. And they had Gilgamesh, so that's their Final Fantasy V references. They had Kefka, so that's 6. 7, they had the very first boss from 7 show up. It showed up as a dungeon boss, and then it later became a regular enemy. And then we've seen another... There's another 7 enemy actually on the moon here somewhere. Or no, it was back in Garlemald. 8, we had the normal raid. What about 9? Has there been any references to 9? None that I would none that I recognize. Anima is taken directly from 10. That's a 10 reference. Because he's a summon in Final Fantasy X. I can't think of any Final Fantasy IX references. If they are, I've completely missed them, but they probably haven't. Oh, and they've taken quite a few enemies from Final Fantasy XII as well. Yeah. 12 and 13 and 11 have gotten the most enemies taken from out of all the games. Oh, carrot, my carrot. The prize we sought is 1. What? They're serving carrots of happiness today. The deep, luscious orange. That tempting, slender silhouette. Wait for me, my darling. I'm coming for you. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. They do have the marble. Yeah. I think Alexander took the most inspiration from 9. I didn't feel that way. I thought Alexander in this game looked a bit... Maybe I have to go back and look at him. I didn't feel that way though. But Alexander in 9 is freaking massive, so maybe, yeah. He's like one of the biggest ones. You're back. Please tell me you found the carrots. Oh, Zima? Okay. Yeah, Absolute Virtues from Final Fantasy XI, yep. The supporter? I never would have suspected. It's supposed to help us farm carrots, not eat them. I mean, the technician said something about enhancing its code with the love of carrots to increase work efficiency, but to go so far as to steal carrots for itself, I fear it may now love them a little too much. Oh, those poor carrots. But at least we know what became of them and how to prevent this from happening again. Thank you for your assistance. Oh, and then the other Final Fantasy VII reference is that I believe the limit break, when you do limit break 2, you literally use the Buster Sword, which is the main character's weapon in Final Fantasy VII. I think if you're a DD, yeah. Return? Everyone else is accounted for. Substance is essential for Lucrius, though I suppose people are the same. In any case, we expended a lot of effort in raising a whole variety of carrots. Carrots of happiness are new cultivar that are particularly comforting, though. It seems almost silly to have our workers consume so many carrots just so that we can produce more carrots. But that's a problem we can solve with even more carrots. No need to worry about the details. I'll work out the figures as soon as. What were we talking about? Yeah, there's been a ton of references of other games. Alright, that's all the side quests we can do for now. We need probably get one from a main story quest, so there's 2 more. Not a whole lot of Final Fantasy X references though. But that's, in a way, that's kind of to be expected because Final Fantasy X doesn't really add a whole lot of new monsters, like, to the series. They really take a lot of the already existing monsters and just redesign them. There's not a whole lot of brand new enemies in 10 as a whole. Oh, right. I forgot the one reference to 10. We fought Yojimbo. Yeah, we literally fought Yojimbo. I forgot about that. That was so long ago. Where the guy employed Yojimbo because he was trying to overtake that one guy, and it's literally Yojimbo's design from 10. Although Yojimbo is like a common enemy in the early FF games, and I believe in 15 as well. I was actually that reference was actually lost on me when I played 15 for the first time, because I hadn't played the early FF games prior to that. And so when you fight the samurai enemies in 15, I was like, oh, this is cool. That's neat. And then when you go back and you play the early FF games, you realize it's like, oh, they're adding in old enemies from the earlier games. I thought that was pretty neat. Growing Way is keen to keep up his recent mishap behind behind him. It may not seem like it, but we've been planning for this for far longer than I care to admit. Each time we woke up, we'd have long discussions about how to save us as many as we can. Felt like everyone had an opinion on this or that. But the one thing we all agreed upon is that the people at Aetheris wouldn't take action to save themselves until it was far too late. That's why we strive to make the moon a vibrant, magical place that they'd hop at a chance to visit, rather than waiting for the flames of oblivion to get them off their tails and force them to accept our invitation. The residential quarters may not be up to the necessary standards just yet, but there are plenty of other places worth seeing. You've already had your look around the Curatorium, but wait until you see what's waiting for you at the end of the barrel. Follow me. I wouldn't be surprised if they release a whole Blitzball game at some point. Yeah, oh yeah, now that you bring that up, the Golden Saucer is taken directly from 7. And then yeah, Triple Triad is taken from 8. It'd be cool if they added Blitzball, that'd be neat. I enjoy Blitzball tremendously. Good, you're here. Through this door is the greatest Innsvale. Good. It was named as such because it's Vale to end all Vales, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand that people at Aether enjoy taking leisure walks through natural spaces in life, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start a nice stroll to the fountain? This way. Apparently there's a whole Mahjong community to maintain a sub to just play Mahjong. That couldn't be me. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy a game of Mahjong, but I don't enjoy that much. Yeah, so like I said earlier, this right here is the Final Fantasy XIII mob. They just changed his color and put rabbit ears on him. But you fight him pretty common enemy in 13. So definitely your experience in 14 can really only be enhanced by playing the other games, really. More so in this than, say, 11, though. 11, I wouldn't even say you have to bother, really. So, what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime? Sublime? I couldn't see the forest or trees. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to press enter. You're pulling my tail. You're in the forest right now. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. Much information, the information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as you'd find in a forest of ethers. The fountain behind us here, powered by a rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Much time and effort was spent in the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks of itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch and a spot of relaxation whenever I came up here. You look like you could use a stretch yourself. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth many years spent building this place. It's not too much to ask. It's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from the ethers. Could we maybe? 11, they went a whole new direction. Yeah. Like, you do have, like, references. Like, you have Gilgamesh as a returning character, and you have Sid. And you have the summons that are reoccurring, which are pretty... that's pretty common. But outside of that, there's not really a whole lot of other aspects of other games in FF11. It's pretty its own thing. A lot of the enemy designs are new. Granted, obviously you got like your Flans and your Iron Giants and stuff like that, but like this, I mean, I guess you could say this really isn't a derivative of anything prior, but I mean, I guess you could say it's like the spear enemy in 7 is kind of like it, but there's a lot of like unique 11 designs that don't really come from other games. Not a whole lot, especially in the beginning. The later on they start incorporating more like enemies from other like from other games like Flans and stuff like that in him. But the base game, it's a lot of unique enemies. Or the designs for some of the reoccurring enemies are like ridiculously weird. Like the FFL, there's no Iron Giant that looks like the FF11 one at all. It's so weird looking. Will you? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. I was thinking, Akane, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiac, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Heidenol gave us our first task: furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. Sounds impressive. I suppose, in some aspect it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Heidenol shared with us. we also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyways, let's keep going. Now, the propulsion system is kind of like from Final Fantasy XIV too. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitat areas until the propulsion system was ready. Considering how long it took, we wished we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we needed 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then that's where there was a brief period where our productivity came in a screeching halt when the bizarre red satellite was set up from Ether, the elegant mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was that's a direct reference to 4, the red moon. Because you remember in 4, the fake moon turns red. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiac. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can tell you how relieved we were when Heidenel informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Joyous for you, probably. What asks if you can taste the rainbow crystal? No, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Aetheris, but we don't eat them. And certainly not this one. It possesses all 6 elements: wind, lightning, earth, fire, ice, and water. We use crystals like this to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. It's worth mentioning, though, that because Heidenel's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Aetheris. A conjuring of fire would soon dry your clothes, but then singe them, for example. Put simply, the etherical conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiac in check. Zodiac. And if I remember correctly, I think Zodiac was like one of the hardest bosses in Final Fantasy XII. So, do you notice anything particular about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact that they're massive carrots and not trees. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spears. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun's similar celestial objectives and great expanse radiant energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close proximity of it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? And if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed. The forest truly is the greatest. Hey, Snowy. Hello. How you doing? was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion system in the habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago. And with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people on Aetheris. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Where our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the result could be disastrous. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Heidenal. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her and found people at Aether we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited. Hoped Heidenal would find someone who would help us. Eventually, she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here to the moon. We certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you'd like the greatest Innsvale. Knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it means a lot to me. There you are. I take it you already received the grand tour. Shame we missed it. Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you'd need me to be there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the Barrow. Now, come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? They've spent thousands of years preparing for this. 12,000 years. With that appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such a surrounding. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows can't be made lightly. Okay, so if my guess is right, and the people who they're communing with are the people of the forum in Charlotte, if I'm right, how in the world have they not like even thought to think it would be them if I turn out to be right? Like, how are they not prime suspect number one? They haven't even like speculated on who they might potentially even think it is yet. Like what? Like, I don't even understand how they haven't like even started to speculate or talk amongst themselves. Like, oh, it could be these people. Oh, it could be that people. It's like, bro, really? This place is highly advanced beyond anything the people down below have ever seen. Who would be the most capable that we know of being able to handle this? Oh, I don't know. Maybe the group of people that are like said to be some of the smartest individuals in the entire world. My group was saying the same thing when we got to this part. Erosia is a big continent. You can still speculate on what you know, though. Like, you don't just because you don't know everything about every other continent and what exactly is there doesn't mean you are immediately you immediately can't speculate at all because you haven't experienced everything in every continent on your planet. That's ridiculous. Stop doing your Ramza. Forgive me, friends. I must beg your leave. There's another matter which yet begs my attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, this will not be necessary if you excuse me. Okay, no. Okay, look. And see, right now, this is the time when the Warrior of Light should say to Ishtola and Thancred, he's up to something. I heard his conversation earlier where he was talking about this with them. It seems like he's doing something secretive. But of course, they're not going to. Because that would make too much sense. Hey Ray, and hey Pendragon, hello. Good morning, both of you. Tis clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparations for evacuation of the ether is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections. I trust I'm not alone in my resilience. What are you talking about? How could you sprout that slander? I'm sorry. Immediately when he dismissed himself from their presence, Ishtola immediately crossed her arms, like as if she was like, Come on, dude. Come on, just say it. Look, he's up to something. Back to old tricks. By now, Thancred can tell when his friends are up to something. Thank you. Did Arion J seem strange to you? More than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's all right? Ishtola and I will remain here. What else? And we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. I think it's hilarious they put 20 years on top of a 13 mob and now it's a new monster. Oh, I passed it. Oops. Funny enough, when they first mentioned the reflections, I was fully expecting 13 reflections to be the other Final Fantasy games. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, no, that's a fair assumption. I could totally see how you would think about that. We spent like a good 30 minutes already going over all the Final Fantasy references in 14 that we could think about that happened. How do we know that they aren't? Well, that would mean, I mean, we would have to visit the Castle of Cornelia in Final Fantasy from Final Fantasy 1 and the first, and we did it. You could say whether it's destroyed or not, sure, but that wouldn't explain why we fought Chaos. I mean, I guess us fighting Chaos in the Omega makes sense because he was conjuring up enemies from previous eras, so it wasn't like it was actually them. Okay. Arion J appears to be heading towards the Best Way Barrows. Hope you're doing well, Pendragon. Okay. What are you up to? Irion J ventures out to Mars Lemon for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. How does he not know our presence? This dude is like a genius with magic. He should already know. Mikane, is that the matter? No! Super genius. I don't need to read, I'm a master of stealth. Like, you would think he would be able to sense our presence regardless. No? Whoa, he's hauling ass. Damn, he's hauling it. Damn. Got you, sucker.
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
Yeah, see, he knew.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy? And duplicity. When Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life, I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade and Flamine, her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction.
You're a monster.
Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Sometimes there's no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can. Would that we had the time to weigh the cost. Number 2.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
Oh.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
That didn't seem good. In truth, my reason for traveling Hilter was to effect a plan of mine own. A plan which may pave a way forward for us all. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone, that failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with pro-offered hands and open heart. 'Tis would be remiss of me to refuse thy amity. So I ask, wouldest thou join in my endeavor? Da, 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 da. Irion J is quite glad of your company. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan and truth. We shall not be long from the best way barrows. Difficult decisions must need be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Ether. To make clear our resolve to the Loporets, I offer them a gift. I would offer them a gift. Best it making doth require the most singular ingredient. How can such cute bunnies be up to no good? Concern? Surveying the nearby area, you see no signs of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how your anger is faring, or Arion J. Ellipsis. Your anger remains fixated on his work. Here, it's done. A magic ink. Oops. A magic ink. Every ooze of efficient as the crafted by the Namu. Rare is the occasion I would conjure my own, but nevertheless, it's most useful skill. The resulting product is immediately possessive preternatural properties, but its hue is one of my own choosing, which I pray the Lomperites will appreciate. Akane, Arianje, thank goodness. I thought you had been eaten or had perhaps fallen into a crater. Ishtola has been looking all over for you, Akane. Says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire, even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Akane alone, which means I'm afraid you must stay behind, your anger. Don't worry. It just so happens we need your help with an errand delivering a package from Witcher's Palace to Vesper Barrows. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy, for we poor Loperites. And we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heiden's chosen? Or worse, do anything to risk getting on Ishtala's bad side? She's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now off with you. Worry not, Akane, I shan't be long. I don't know about these rabbits, dude. Hey, Lander. Hello. These some sus-ass rabbits. I had a healer so bad in main MDQ roulettes that even not getting hit by any mechanics, I would die without drinking a max potion. Oh, Akane, I thought you would be away for far longer. Dire emergency? I said no such thing. But here you are. I could use your assistance on one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Way, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem is, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name and refuses to stay long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there anything anywhere he's likely to stop and rest? Or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here. Maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice. Or no? Well, it is really that important. You can try using these balls of mostly flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Runaway's other notable feature is his incessant chatter. So you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd. And when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. Crude, but if it proves effective, he was here in the greatest Endsvale when I last saw him. Let us split up and find him. Nothing like throwing my balls at some dude. Catch these balls. Ayo, what? Searching your surroundings for runaway, you may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target runaway and throw the moose balls with left bumper. Oh. Got him. Well, that's smart. If this was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny. Yes, I'm running away. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls? Mostly of flesh? Sorry, I have a habit of that. I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. Ha, that's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we'd got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Heidenel did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know just about as much as any Laparet around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people if I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my paws on them. You're being duped. Sorry I can be more help, but if there's nothing else, I've got work to do. And I'm off. You're being played. Smacking someone in the face with your balls is a very effective way to get their attention. I'm not sure about the legality of it, but still effective. Explain? Hey Siri, hello. You never told them why you hit them in the face with balls? Does anyone really ever tell them why you hit them in the face with balls? I could find neither hair nor hide of him. How did you fare? So he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, growing way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. Afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Yurian J? I assume you spoke with him earlier. Did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to Watcher's Palace with Livingway. Between Growaway's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of leads, maybe it's our time we would better spend leading. Oh my god! How are you guys this stupid? Can't you put 2 and 2 together? How it would be better spent lending Urianger a hand. I mean, simply for the fact that, like, one told you that Ishtola was in dire need of you and you alone, and then she's like, I said no such thing. And then this one's lying, like, oh my god. What? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including the pertaining to the final days. Oh my god. Growing Way is fidgety with nervous energy, but hold on, did we get... Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. We got 2 more side quests to do. Where's the other one? Oh, it's right there. Do you guys remember the conversation we had one day when we were doing, when we were in Shadowbringers? And, we were at the Crystarium and we were talking about, every zone in an MMO needing to be useful. Do you guys remember this conversation? One day brought up that he didn't like how the Crystarium was devoid of people. Because it made it, to him, it made it seem like, there was a lack of MMO in an MMO. Do you remember this conversation? You remember that? Me disagreeing with him was enough for him to unfollow me. Apparently. Knocking Way would like you to call upon a friend. Hail, person. Yes, you. Do you have a moment? You see, ever since we woke from inspection, a friend of mine has been acting a little funny. Funnier than usual. Even. I can't hear him. I can hear him signing from all the way over here. I would go and call on him, as I do, but he's always insistent that nothing's wrong. I'd like to... I think he'd be unable to help himself or, from opening up to you, though. He's always been ever so fond of people. Would you mind lending him an ear or two? Many thanks to you. My friend's name is Dreaming Way, and he should be near somewhere nearby. Just follow the Lantris snuffling. It's pretty weak reason. I wonder why he got us so upset. I mean, I do fight. I won't lie. I do fight my arguments. Fighting is the wrong word, but I do. I'm pretty strong when it comes to arguments. I'm well aware of that, even if I don't mean to be. Like, I'll fight my case pretty hardly. I've always been like that, though. It just threw me off. It threw me off because he's been following the channel ever since I played Final Fantasy back in like Final Fantasy XI back in like 2017. So I guess I guess it really upset him. Somehow I don't know how this one went either, but somehow I upset Hot Loop too, and Hot Loop ended up unfollowing the channel as well. I wonder what I did with Hot Loop. Cause he played he joined us on missions not that like a couple days ago. I don't know. I guess it's just been on my mind because both of them have been following the channel for a long time. Who knows? Yeah, I guess that's true. You never know. Stay focused, dreaming way. Sure, you're not working way, but... Oh my. You're not a Lopo, right? Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I truly taking a... am I truly talking with a visitor from the Aetherites? Oh, that, whatever I can help you with, kind madam. One of your friends asked me to check on you. I think I should be asking you the very same question. How dare you? How did you know? In any case, I couldn't bother honored guests with my silly troubles. If you insist, perhaps I could share a nibble of what's on my mind. But first, may I ask your name? Akamatzu. Truly a spectacular name. I'm sure it speaks to your character in one way or another. If only I could say the same of mine. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose dream from the tome of words. For trying as I might, I have no such thing. Seeing everyone else live up to their names since our awakening has only made me more aware of it. The people at Aether, on the other paw, seem to dream of a great deal. Have you any advice for me? Focus on what you love to do. Focus on what you're good at. But that's the problem. I haven't the foggiest idea of what that would be. Though my fellow Looperites might. I've known them since we were created. Perhaps they could see something in me that I cannot. With your help, you must be able to find an objectively appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best what would be of service to mankind after all. I'm all ears, so you need to only tell me once you've come up with something. Anything at all. Okay? What was that by? There has been a distinct lack of political rants lately. When do I ever do political rants? If I do, that has to be like very rare. At least I think so. Wait, why am I talking to you? Saw all the fun the traders in Aetheryte were getting up to, and I thought to myself, hey, I could do that. So here I am, eagerly awaiting your patronage in bicolor gemstones. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what am I talking to you? He's not a sluggard, I can tell you that. Always happy to lend a paw when there's work to be done. Compared to the others, well, let's just say he's a great help. Okay. Yeah. I can understand getting a bit heated and not tuning in for a while, but unfollow seems a bit much. Yeah, usually when that, like, happens, I always think that, like... I always think that, like, it's... Like, people have been... the people that do, especially people who've been around for a while, that they most likely have been unhappy here for a while. You know what I mean? And, like, that was the thing that... The whole saying broke the camel's back. That's usually how I think of it. Dreaming way? He can do anything he sets his mind to. He doesn't complain about getting his paws dirty either. That said, I'm not sure I can think of anything he's particularly gifted at. Stern. This one? You want to know about Dreaming Way. I can't say I know him terribly well. He's always rushing off on a new task just as soon as he finishes the old tomes. I always thought him a good sort, though. How about those alleged inside trader politicians? I guess when I think of politics, I guess I think of, like, divide, I guess. If that makes sense. Like how, like, okay, I don't know what it's like in other countries, but, like, America has more than 2 parties, but not really. Because the other parties never amount to anything. So it's like they never exist, unfortunately. Or, like, people don't... So when I think about it, I always think of, like, one side versus the other. When I think of, like, politic talks, or, like, when people say, like, politic talks, is like that. Versus, like, I've critiqued senators on stream, but it's mainly, like, not them personally. It's more so what they receive as a position of their job. I don't personally think of that as politics, really, because it's not really discussing anything political. It's more just talking about the benefits that they get through their job. But I guess that... I guess that's how I think of politics. It's not, like, debating issues, more so what they receive. But maybe that is politics. I don't know. It's very similar in Europe, too. There's many parties, but generally 2 sides, left and right. Yeah. Like, I don't know all the parties in America, don't get me wrong, but from my understanding, it's Democrat, Republican, and then what's the other one? Fuck. Independent. And there's probably some other ones that I don't know, but, like, they never really win anything outside of... I mean, I think they win stuff in their own states, but on a on a federal level, they never win anything. So like most people don't even, and that kind of reflects, I feel like that reflects in people even thinking about picking them, because they're like, well, why would I want to pick them? They always lose. Or why would I even care about them? They always lose. So like it doesn't help them. I don't know if there's more. I have no idea. Sides are essentially meaningless now. They basically take turns at this point and just undo each other's work for the most part to maintain the status quo. It does feel that way. It literally does feel that way. It feels like it's my turn. Now it's my turn now. My turn. But if I had to think, I think Bernie Sanders, he's the only person I know I think is an independent. I think he's the senator from Vermont. I think he won that as an independent. But when he tried to run for president, he went under the Democrat flag. Because he probably knew, I'm only guessing, because he probably knew if he went under the independent flag, he'd never have a chance. Which, that's kind of sad that it's like that. But that's me just speculating. I don't know if that's actually how it is. And then he got buried by Clinton's money and influence. Man. He might have actually won independent because he has draw on both sides. Think so? Yeah, I don't know, but that's the only independent that I can even remotely think of. I can't think of any other one at all. And if they are, I think that's part of the problem. It's just there's so few of them. It's like, how do you know? There's so few. You barely ever hear about it. But yeah, I don't know what it's like. I hear like in I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how it is in other countries, but I wonder how what is it? I wonder how much they differ in other countries. You don't have enlightenment on your hotbar? No, I don't. No, I don't have 6-star, 6-side star either. Enlightenment. Howling Fist and Enlightenment. No, I use Forbidden Chakra. I don't really like cone moves, so I don't use it. I don't like them. Not really. Did you have aught of interest to share? Please say they did. But yeah, like, just to reiterate, like, I don't really think of criticizing, like, senators as a whole, not for their politics. 'Cause I never criticize them for their politics, because that's political. But I'll criticize the hell out of them for, like, being hypocrites. I guess they're pointing out, like, how much they receive and then how much they deny, I guess. I don't know. I don't really think that's... I guess I just don't think of it the same way. What's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. Perhaps I was never meant to dream. It's never too late to dream. Don't worry, we'll find your dreams yet. You really think so? Goodness, people are truly as kind as they say. In that case, I promise not to give up until we found my dream, even if it's the last thing I do. That got grim. Let's exhaust our other options before we go for anything potential lethal, shall we? Oh, okay. This is a quest line. Okay. Alright, so before I continue though, this reminds me of a thing I read yesterday. So, and I'd like to get your opinion on it. It's about video games, or like it's this dude's opinion of video games. So I don't think it's shocking to anyone who pays attention that like the video game industry is like garbage in terms of like working in it. Like for instance, what is it? Unity saw record profits up by like 69%, but then they fired X amount of staff despite being like, going over their goals and everything. So, and it's unfortunately this year has been pretty awful for people working in games because it's been so many layoffs despite it having amazing games. So there's this guy yesterday who posted his opinion, and it was directed towards people going to school, saying that if you're going to school for video games, you need to spend most of your time outside of class working on video games or working on a project to enhance your skills so that you can get a job. And he was basically saying, because if you don't, someone else will. And he was met with backlash because people were saying, one lady said, while working at this place, she was like, I took 2 days off for my wedding and et cetera, and blah, 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 blah. And like barely taking any days off and et cetera, didn't stop me from being fired, or like didn't stop me from being laid off with X amount of people. And so people were saying people were criticizing him, saying you shouldn't be encouraging people to not spend what free time they have enjoying themselves, since it's all the time they have, rather than devote every last second to their company or to like the craft to get a job, because you're most likely get laid off anyway. It was very interesting seeing the responses to this though, because you had people that were like, yeah, I can see what he's saying is true, and then you had other people saying like you should enjoy your free time, not spend every ounce working. I was curious what you guys would think about that. Because I don't know. Spending every ounce of your time working sounds like it sucks. The next quest from him is the start of the chain craft. Oh, okay. Alright, thanks for letting me know. I won't do it then. Because I remember when I was in college, it was the same way. They encouraged us to spend all our free time working on sets, which I didn't do because I was working my job so that I could pay for college. I was still able to get a job afterwards, but I didn't want to spend every bit of free time I had just constantly working. Like, I wanted to enjoy stuff. You gotta enjoy life while you can. That's a general software development subject. Any programmer is going to have side projects, but if you commit all your time to working in and out, you're going to have a bad time. Discouraging people from socializing with peers definitely sounds like some underhand corporal message. The most interesting thing about it was the dude disabled his account because people were criticizing him of his opinion. Yet his account is almost all about him criticizing others. which was very amusing. That was pretty amusing. I recently got laid off in the same scenario. Corporate's making tons of more money, and they still were like, nah, we can maintain this application without 2 or 3 developers. That's fun. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I think the days of spending all your free time for school on projects to enhance your portfolio are long gone. And it's not like, especially in the current video game market, it's not really encouraged. Or like, you're not encouraging it when you see stuff like I'm just gonna use Unity as an example. Their top execs, there's like so many top execs at the company making like 13 million, 26 million, etc., etc., etc. And they're making like record profits, like 50% more over than what they, than last year. And they're still letting people go at the bottom. It's like, how is that encouraging people to want to work for you? That's not encouraging people to want to spend time and put in the effort just to get laid off anyway. You should spend all your free time playing video games as a Twitch streamer. Yes, absolutely. And Unity shot themselves in the foot with that nonsense they tried to pull. That was a corporate decision, but their internal devs paid the price for it. Sadly, it's an employer's world, and employers have all the leverage. That's true. The Labyrinth has the mind to do something dangerous and has clearly heard of your proclivity for recklessness. I hear you have perchance for excitement and adventure. Is that correct? I assumed in your travels you have doubtless heard tales of the Alleghanies. The Alleghanies, don't get me started. Yes, nearly everything wrong with the world seems to be their fault. Yeah, as much as I thought. I thought as much. I asked before I had plans to survey an Allegheny relic not far from here. The weapons guarding it, however, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. I trust you see where this is going. Are you interested in a little adventure? Sure. Much obliged. No, let's be off. No time to waste. Is it where I think it is? Is he going to that red thing? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's going to the red thing. Yeah. They don't wish writers unions exist. They don't wish workers unions exist, which is why established media does all it can to try to destroy them. I'm sitting here getting ghosted with every job application, and as a software engineer with decades of experience in just software development. That's annoying. The thing that annoys me about unions, like not like actual unions, but like what people say about them, is that people will take 1 or 2 bad examples of unions that happened in history, and they'll paint that broad stroke across every union that ever existed. Despite the fact that the stuff that they benefit right now from work, especially in the United States, I can't speak outside, most of the stuff that they gain from their work was from a union. like their time off and stuff like that. It's so annoying as someone who's worked in a union and worked with unions. It's so annoying to see. Discouraging people from interacting with peers is basically setting them up to view unions in a bad light. Yeah, America especially. I can only speak to it. America especially tries their like business and higher ups. They try their hardest to paint unions in this awful light. I mean, they do it on purpose because without them, they can basically have all the leverage, which is what they want. But they discourage unions because they can rely on being able to nickel and dime their employees or contractors to get absurd profits margins. Oh yeah, the whole idea of contractor is literally exploitive. The whole thing. It's like my brother talks about it because my brother is a plumber. It's so fucked up. The crash site is just ahead. If you find anything that may prove useful, I'll be grateful if you could try to retrieve it for me. Onwards, then, after you. Okay. That's actually one of the things I've been glad to hear about Microsoft Blizzard's buy, is Microsoft is, decidedly neutral on unions, so come December, all the people who want to unionize can do so freely without the fear of retaliation. I mean, that's a good thing. Yeah. The video game industry as a whole needs to see that widespread because it's a bit ridiculous what's happening to them. The apparatus is offline, but appears to be transportable. You place it in your ambiguously sized bag. It doesn't help when union reps basically work for corps. That's happens to in Washington 30 years, and nobody wants to be a ferry worker anymore. This is a bit of elegant technology. Is certainly fascinating. Shame it's too bulky to carry back. Do you mean the Alazim area? There you go. Blizzard's been dead for years now. Nothing Microsoft can do would hurt or help it at this point. I can't really say because I'm not really someone that's ever partaked in their games. So, like from the outside looking in, I've never been a Diablo fan. I like, not to say I hate it, I just never cared to play it. But I know like people put Diablo 2 as like the holy grail of the series. Yeah, it seems like they're pretty much unhappy with anything that's not Diablo 2. From the outside looking in. That's what it seems like to me. I've never played any of them, but it just seems like they're happy no matter what they get. I don't know if it's like good or bad or whatever, but in a way, it almost comes up. In a way, it almost comes off as like they'll never be pleased, no matter what it is. A moment longer and that drone would have been alerted more. Now, did you find anything of interest? Let me have a look. No, you're right. I must wait until we get back. Okay. Nearly everything they do is shady or messed up, unfortunately. What I would tell anyone in school for developing is to get everything an employer tells them to do in writing on a contract. 100%. I am full with you there. Safe at last. Now, show me what you found. This is Allegan decryption unit. With it, we could read Allegan tombstones about history and science and poetry, if we had any, which we do not. An adventure for another day, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm deeply excited by the prospect, as I'm sure you can tell. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Okay. Yeah, that's right. You said that this one is the... Too many stories of execs giving people a shaft on promises of paying them X amount later and taking things off. Oh yeah, like that. Like in the that's what happened in America. That's what happened with the auto workers. For like the people who've been. You may have heard of it, but like I think it was Ford, Chrysler, and something else. The workers back in 2008, when the housing scams were going on, you know, it ruined the economy. So the workers there, who were in a union, the union decided, they came to agreement and decided, we'll take a pay cut and XYZ to help the company stay afloat, because, you know, if your company stays afloat, we stay employed. XYZ. And then they like, and they took a hit to like some of their benefits and stuff so the company could regain money to stay afloat. Well then, you know, X amount of years later, they never reinstated this stuff, and they didn't promise to give back the stuff that they promised that they were. And that's one of the reasons why they've been striking, because it's like, well, now you know, it's been years later, you've been making record profits, and none of that has been like the stuff that they helped you do away with back then. They never tried to give it back or anything. So they've been striking with it. They should have. I don't know if they got it in writing or anything, but hopefully they did. All right, I would hope, but they should. You know, it's only the right thing to do. You know what I mean? But business is business. For example, of Overwatch 2, when they announced it, they act like they had a full team working on the PvE game that people had wanted for years, but it was just Overwatch multiplayer being overworked. And then they released the dumbed down version of the single player stuff that basically was the same as the content from Overwatch 1. But now they charge $15 a mission pack, which they also said they wouldn't do when they announced. The Activision Blizzard way is basically, hey, remember that thing we said we wouldn't do because it's unfair to our audience? Well, we did it. Now pay up. Pay and shut up. Yeah, I hear like I hear people say the same thing for DBD. They're like, man, I wish they would make a DBD 2 to fix the spaghetti coding of the game. And I'm like, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, if they make a DBD 2, it's most likely going to be monetized worse than what it is now. Like, when does that ever get better? Or especially like games as a service, when does those ever get better? They almost never do. I can rarely think of like an example of like a pay as a service getting better. I don't even mind DVD's monetizations. It's so much less predatory than other games. I think so. I'm there in agreement. I think it's definitely less predatory. But I still don't think that it would. I still don't think making a 2 out of it would be better. I've had this point even way before Overwatch 2 was even a thing. Or for D4, you can't buy power. Well, you can pay to finish the battle pass and gives you a legendary weapon. Sure, not power. Yeah. Heart of the matter. Growing Way is fidgety with nervous energy, but it is from excitement or worry. Oh, what to do? I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the 2nd floor at the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. You have people complain either way with DBD, sadly. I suspect the Luperans are up to something, but if there is aught to be learned of the final days, I think it's best we play along for now at least. Okay. You have people get mad that not everything for DBD 1 was carried over. Yeah, that's one of the things that I don't really understand is why not have everything from the original game carry over, though. I don't know the logistics behind it with development, but so that's always going to lead people to think of financial, like. But that's always going to be upset people, especially when they paid for it and now they can't use it. That's almost always going to upset people, and honestly, rightfully so. I can't really be mad at someone who would be upset for that, or like I can't disagree with someone for not being upset with that. You know, it makes sense. Yeah, licensing might be a problem. Yeah, I'll be honest. Just speaking of DBD in specifically, I don't even think they needed to. Like, why would like people have thrown that idea around? I don't even see why they would need one. The same way I felt about Overwatch 2. I didn't see the point. Now I've only played Overwatch for like 50 hours. The last time I touched it was like 2017, but I didn't really see the point of making a 2 out of it. It's like, why? It doesn't really seem like it's burning to the ground and not profitable. So to me, it always seemed like it was a waste of money and time. So maybe there's more there than I realized. Couldn't they just attach PvE in Overwatch 1 through like updates? That's where my brain immediately goes. And like, yeah, yeah. Oh, the archive is right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing way, enough. If you have naught to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon has to be perfect paradise for people of Ethery, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for your arrival. We'd hoped we'd see the wonders we'd have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. So leaving it, that's a living way's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Arianje. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you misjudge us, Growing Way. Never have we described the notion of the use of the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Ether and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find out. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Ether will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy and smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. I think you've done messed up. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out and split up. Make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene when Argrios awaits outside. I guess they wouldn't know who I am, would they? The engine issues were why they didn't. Overwatch 1 was designed for... Well, damn. Overwatch 1 was designed for PvP. And designed... and Overwatch 2 was designed with PvE in mind. But Activision stepped in. And because they wanted something big for the end of the fiscal year, they forced devs to switch back to PvE and just made the single player stuff more the same Overwatch 1. Just now they charge access to it. They had to, like, they've had to realize that was going to end poorly. Like, they had to know this wasn't going to end well. There's no way they... As usual, they don't care. They just wanted money. That's why everyone hates Activision Blizzard. But see, the part that sucks the worst is that people's lack of knowledge is that they're going to blame devs for that. That's the part that sucks the worst. Is so the devs who are at risk of losing their jobs the most and don't even make the business decisions are at the blunt end from their employers, and then they get the blunt end from the consumers because the consumers don't educate themselves on who makes the decisions that they hate. Like I would never want to make video games. There's like little to no job security, and people are gonna people are going to like dog on you for like no matter what. Even if you have no say in it. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Arianche.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Aetheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late!
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
How don't you?
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Heideland's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star.
Papa Urion J.
Many
Stop.
have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't. I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
Where the hell did you come from?
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Finally.
Agreed. The Charlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement.
Thank you.
Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Nah, howry. Do. Da, da, da. Oh, really, Savannah? Damn. Thankfully, they're not dumb. 'Tis a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of the ink. To serve, and to serve well. Thou their knowledge may be lacking. Their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must be and needs to be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate we part ways for the time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you and all of our fellows. Scions. When next I return to Aether, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. Attunement current complete. Your exertion on the moon concluded. Ishtola is keen to return to Aetheris. With the Luperus in Urianjay's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alf and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the stars soon begins in earnest, and we must prepare. Yeah. Ooh, dude, how this is even going to go down is beyond me. Thanks, Ray. Thanks for the welcome back. Because I mean, it was pretty obvious that it was pretty obvious that the form was their collaborators, right? Like that was a given. But how are they going to confront them about it is the real question. Let's use this and this. I can't really say that I like the shoes, but all right. Okay, sure. The form knew about space rabbits and told no one. Right. Clearly, you kicked the door in the form meeting, playing Godsmack Moon Baby and that, or Fly Me to the Moon. Take your pick. Oh, they're not here. Gosh, I scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have the time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to the Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thorough, detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They only just began treating the tempered patients when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The head of states in every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where, in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that everyone is in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyways, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. Taco carrots? Carrot tacos? No. So I'm gonna call it now. I don't think they're going to be retreating to the moon, because if the final day does in fact happen, that would mean that Rain and all the other people die, and I just don't see the game going that route. If they were, I'd be shocked, but I just don't see it happening. They'll find some way to, like, make it where the good guys all come out ahead somehow. Yeah, so who knows what the hell is going to happen now. Jeez, the fact that we took on... I still can't get over the fact that we took on Zodark already. So now that that's out the way, it's like, alright. I still think we're going to fight Heidenel too. Right? I think she's definitely going to be fought at some point. I don't know if she'll be like the final fight, but I do think we're going to fight her. This isn't voice acted, really? It's good to see you all again. No worse from your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what became of Garlemald in our absence? We've succeeded in subduing the tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who have already in our custody, the numbers requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here. And so we have petitioned the aid of allied nations. Some are understandably hesitant to offer assistance, particularly those that were recently subjugated to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow Salians, we endeavor to see them safely transported, subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? No, not all. No. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. And Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alicia's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of the recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it would take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have no other news to share. Shortly after Anima's defeat, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as you experienced in Darvanal, though who were trapped in them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instructions in magics needing to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the mother proxies afforded her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several other of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands. And after transfer of Tempered has been complete, Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe these accounts for the recent events here. So what of the moon and the Toppler Eye? Okay, so before I continue, normally I don't interrupt this, but I have to say, it is a bit jarring, and I don't mean it in a bad way. It is a bit jarring to see and hear about how bad the Empire is, and then we don't even resolve it. Like, it's just gone by its own hand. That is a bit something, you know? Like, we see how fearsome it is. We hear about how it has thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of soldiers. They can invade everybody if they really wanted to. They're this mega superpower, and then it's just gone. It's kind of, I don't know how to take it, really. It's usually the hero is the one that, like, does it, but for the fact that they destroyed themselves, or a person destroyed them, is kind of Kind of wild. The Empire just okayed to too many losses and imploded. I mean, they had no idea. They had no idea that Xenos was gonna come back from the dead, assassinate the Emperor, and then Fandaniel was going to enslave everybody and just go about their doom. Like, it's kind of wild. Like, nobody could really defeat them except themselves. The Empire was always massively weak. It was loosely held together enough to accomplish its objective. Structurally, I agree. Yes, no, they were always... I agree structurally. They were always, like, so quick at each other's throats for power. Power hunger was ever much of their problem. A problem in their culture. But on the battlefield... I mean, I think they demonstrated their prowess on the battlefield more than enough in this story, with only sending one legion during the calamity, and that was enough for the Alliance leaders at the time to barely even hold their own, let alone they didn't even send their whole force. You know, they went and they got Doma pretty easy. They got Alamago pretty easy. It seems, with much resistance. I think their battle prowess shows that they were pretty fierce, but they were so subjugated to internal problems. So bad. Originally, they were planning Garlemald to be a full expansion, but they had to combine it in the Endwalker because Square Enix's financial situation, since 14 was basically keeping them afloat. Yeah, I guess that's what I guess that's how I feel, is that the Empire was such a big threat. You would imagine they would get a lot of time as being an enemy in their own expansion. Yet here they are, kind of just part of the story, and then they just fade off in obscurity. Or at least like right now. Like, it's kind of, for the hundreds of hours we played of them being so menacing, it's kind of a bit jarring that they just kind of fade like this. And we don't really have any kind of active hand in it, despite the fact that they have had their hands in the suffering of so many people over so many storylines. They kind of get like pushed aside. It's kind of like Doma and Alamago situation. They both deserve an expansion, but they got half. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I was disappointed because I was looking forward to a full-fledged war with them. Especially with the tech we would have seen. I'm not upset with how it did, but still. Yeah, it just kind of feels like they deserved a bit more than this. With how dominant and they've been throughout the storyline, it feels like they deserve more than this. I think we also got enough of the Empire. The sudden and pregnant ways it ends this way is a lot more tragic. It's I like it, but it could have liked it more situation. Yeah. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So what of the moon and the Toppler Eye? Oh, and you know what? Another thing on that note, another thing that I think that this that's making this a little bit hard to swallow too is the fact that it's being handled by somebody that we've already defeated, if that makes sense. Like, we've already defeated Xenos, right? And so much that he had to off himself. Yet here he is again, revived somehow. And then it's him. And then it's him who decimates the Empire. I feel like if it was someone else, like someone new and it wasn't someone that we've already defeated, I feel like maybe it would be received more well. Because it's kind of like, we've already defeated you, dude. In a way, you know what I mean? What if Xenos has clones and went Palpatine? I think it still emphasizes the problem, because it's like, well, Xenos himself is getting rid of this big entity that kind of felt like they needed to be more. Like, the Empire has been our enemy, like the overarching enemy, for like 450 hours now. And the person we've already defeated is the one that does them in. Not really. I think that makes it kind of like, I think that makes liking Xenos harder, if that makes sense. I think this makes him a bit more unlikable than what he was originally portrayed. And not like unlikable as in like, oh, I hate that guy. No, unlikable as in like, I'm not sure about this. The final days. Gods, I pray your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There's still much we do not know, but the leaders of the Alliance must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We also released your fellow Alliance from their previous duties. They may return, to Charlene. Your energies are best spent finding the means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow Scions, you will be happy to hear that Mistress Corel, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Balsian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. Oh, one last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiark, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood, he has returned here to Garlemald. I have mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If you find him, they would not likely live to tell the tale. If you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find it. An admirable but futile endeavor. If they find him, they won't live likely to tell the tale. I suppose you're right. To dispatch good soldiers in pursuit of such beasts would be sending them to their deaths. Pray forget I entertain the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounced the Crown Prince and condoned his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, He has been declared Xenos Viator Galvez, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Van Daniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not but this bloodlust to keep him company. Better than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you a safe passage to Charlene. I thought it showcased how callous he is. Dude threw away his kingdom for a chance at getting that moment back from when you beat his ass. The man is so apathetic that any chance at getting that joy again is worth any cost. Yeah. It definitely does showcase that for sure. I can't deny that. I don't know. We'll just have to see. I mean, we're not even at the 85 mission, so we're not even halfway through the main story just yet. Oh, I can finally do the Can I? Nelson is looking for a decidedly smug. Good to see you, Akane. I heard a great deal about your recent exploits, as has everyone else. That's why I feel confident in recommending you for associate level hunts. The challenge you face from here out will be significantly tougher to contend with, but I wager you can find them. You can handle them. You've yet to give me reason to believe otherwise. Associate specimens are not only more threatening, but also more difficult to track down. You'll have to seek them out in the world's most inaccessible and inhospitable reaches, like bloody Garlemald. Gods, I hate that place. Now, if Ishbard's unfriendly north was our only problem, I'd simply remind you to strap on your fur and take some ale for the road, but, well, perhaps it's best you ask Jarius what she's working on. There's nothing quite like hearing it straight from the Chocobo's mouth. Okay. Yes, I heard from here. If Nota insists, I will teach you precisely what I'm dealing with at the moment. Let's look at this request from Chrysalie, shall we? She's Charlene's soul, a xenobiologist, a self-proclaimed one, mind you. And it's her reason d'etre to prove that life itself upon stars other than our own. The astronomers have long since banned her from their meetings and refused any requests that she makes on principle. But alas, we have no such luxuries. She's been demanding samples from the moon for some time now, despite obviously impossibility of acquiring them. Associate hunts often present such challenges, ones with no ready solution. Though we gleaners pride ourselves on our resourcefulness, all we can do in such cases is post them on the board and hope for a miracle. Try telling that to the clients, though. In any case, I would be thankful if you take a look at the board and try your hand at bills that I suit you. The guild ship has high hopes for your success. No pressure, of course. Associate Mark's bills are now available. You are now permitted to take bills from associate hunts from the guild's hunts board. Find an old Charlene or Razahan. New quests and senior marks will become available from Nola at Old Charlene upon reaching level 89. Senior marks will become available once you have fulfilled certain conditions within the main scenario of Endwalker. Okay. Garlemald. The moon. The moon. Okay. I get what you mean though. Garlemald is very polarizing when it when this came out. Oh, was there a bunch of people that were kind of like against the way it was portrayed? I still very much dislike Garlemald. They're literally on the verge of death, but refused healing magic because Unga Bunga caveman no like fire. This lady has been dancing ever since yesterday. Well, I mean, it's a little bit more than that, but they literally have been brainwashed into thinking we're savages. Or their way of life is to think that we're like mindless savages. And so like when we get there and offer them aid, they literally think we are the cause of their problems. Like they think we're the ones who obliterated their town, not them. So they're like, and they're just blaming us for something we didn't really have any hand in. They're also brainwashed to think that magic is inherently evil. That's true, but I don't think it was magic was the reason that they denied us our aid. I think it was because they literally thought we were the cause of their demise. That's why, like, when me and Ray were talking about it yesterday, that's kind of why I disliked how they did the Legatus guy. Because the Legatus guy to me came off as, yeah, he's prideful, but I would go on to say, how much of what's going on does he actually even know? Like for instance, like Varus at the meeting in Stormblood lets us know that he's down with genocide. Like he's down with killing X amount of people because of the one race shit. But did the Legatus know of the one race stuff? They never really make it seem like they do or don't. Really? The guy said he believes in his plans, but like, does he know that Varus wants to kill people and convert them into one race? Because if he does, then it would seem weird to me that the guy like has other people in his unit, because you would think he would look down upon them because that would go against his teachings of converting people into one race. But he very much doesn't. He very much is accepting of other people. So I thought that was kind of strange that they, I don't know. In a way, it kind of comes off as like blind faith, but I don't think the guy ever really knew what Varus's real intentions were. And then me and Ray also talked about, I also thought it was incredibly strange. Granted, it would make sense. No, his band wasn't purebloods. No, they had Dustwalkers there. They had the Row people in his band. That like the soldiers that come in before they put the stuff on Alf. It's all kinds of people. It's all kinds of beings and stuff, which makes me wonder how much of Varus's actual goal he knew. I want to think Varus didn't really tell that many people that he was planning on genociding people. And then the thing that I also, again, that I pointed out that I thought I had a problem with that guy was, and me and Ray talked about it for a while yesterday, is I think it's strange that nobody even tried to tell that guy the truth of what's going on. Like, yeah, okay, I can understand if they felt like they thought it was like futile because the guy is so stuck in his ways. But just like the people at the camp prior to that exchange, they never even tried to tell them the truth. Like, no, we didn't do this. This was what you guys did this. Granted, yeah, they probably wouldn't accept it, but they didn't even, the fact that they don't even attempt to is weird to me. Or like the simple fact that we go through the whole thing with Alphino and Alicia at the village where the two girls end up dead. And it's very clear, it very clearly represents that the Garleans, the citizens, do not trust outsiders. So I thought it was incredibly strange that when we are going to send this guy back to his unit, we don't even attempt to send like a Garlean at all. Like at all. Which is weird. It's like yeah, sure, they're probably gonna call them traitor, sure. But if there's ever a slither of a chance that they would listen to you, it would probably be from the mouth of their own people. And I thought that was so weird that they didn't even attempt to do that. Like send Max or send Lucia. At all. You would think that would be your... I can understand not sending Lucia. She's literally in charge. And if she gets captured or killed, that makes sense. But why not send Max? Like, why? Like, yeah, he's a traitor, but it's pretty obvious that people are not going to listen to anything from foreigners. Maybe they'll listen from someone of their own. They don't even try that. I'm like, you're literally just repeating the issue that we just went through again. It was so weird. It was like, why are we going through this again? We just did this not even 10 minutes ago. I thought that was so strange. Being the most technologically advanced nation, they sure aren't the smartest bunch. I mean, yeah, they're egotistical. They're egotistical and pride to a fault. Yeah. Again, they let two traumatized kids lead the negotiations with them. In some odd reason, they thought not arguing with any absurd claims by Garleans, especially Quintus, was a weird call. I think it's weird. Garlemald has been pretty clear shown to violently oppose anything other than their echo chamber. And I agree. I fully understand and agree with that. I just think it's weird to not try, at least with like your best attempts. You know, if you're gonna try, at least like, you know, put your best attempt if you think it's gonna fail, regardless. I don't know. The citizens in the side quests were more relatable. Yeah. Talagtai has a unquestionable thirst for data. We tried in Stormblood though. Yeah, but not every situation is gonna have the same outcome, you know? Just because you fell once doesn't mean you don't try again. You know, situations, different people are involved. Some people might listen, some people might not, you know? But if you don't try, if you never try, you always lose. You never get ahead if you never try. At least if you try and fail, at least you tried. You never get ahead if you never try. The one lady flat out says that you might be trying to lull her into a false sense of security, but she wasn't willing to pass up a chance to keep her family from dying in the cold, and even if it ended badly. No, the citizens were receiving of aid, and it's such a prideful fault because they believe in that dude, the legatus, but they're not seeing the fact that he doesn't have their best intentions in mind, but they believe in him regardless. It was such a shitty situation. And then the people that do come along that try to have their best intent, they're so, like, some believe them, but then you have the some that are just too prideful and they won't accept it. Hello again. I truly can't thank you enough. The samples you've provided me will have allowed me to make incredible progress in my work. As it happens, I actually just decide on the next specimen I'd like to ask you to procure. You see, I essentially completed my analysis of the current surroundings in Tharbinal, and I must say it's been the most enlightening. Next, I would ask you to travel to a place where we have no pre-existing data. To wit, I mean to research the currents in Garlemald. They've been unable to even set foot in the region until now, which means that gathering data there could lead to a truly revolutionary discovery. After all, we still have no idea how the underwater ether currents there are connected with those in other regions. Alas, lacking data from years past, it would not be such a simple task to identify the changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea how we might get around that. The answer, my friend, is shellfish. Studying the growth lines within their shells should allow me to draw some conclusions about how their habitats have changed over time. After carefully perusing Professor Nail's tomes, I've come to the conclusion that Garlene's clams would be particularly suitable as a research specimen. Do you think you'd be up to the task for catching some for me? I know the place like the back of my hand. Wonderful. I'm quite confident that the quality data from Garlemald is what will allow my thesis to truly begin to take shape. Alas, I also read that clams exist in abundance in an area around Camp Broken Glass, and that leeches are particularly effective in luring them up from the river's bottom. Pray forgive me for asking you to travel to such perilous location. Please do whatever you must to stay safe. Okay, so we need clams. Okay. The studio deliveries list has been updated. Yeah, people are like that. Yeah. Especially for leaders that should have their citizens' safety in mind. They didn't care enough to try to save them by any means necessary because of their so-called pride. Yeah, no, he demonstrated pretty clearly, especially when they had fuel to help the citizens stay warm, and he decided to use it instead to put it in the machines. Like brother, your nation is not going to survive if there's no people there to populate it. If your people die, it doesn't matter. You have to take care of them too. The guy was just completely almost like ignoring them. Can't have a nation without people. You just have buildings. It's nothing. really enjoy how they believably integrated questing into the main story. Integrated fishing into the main story. Well, I'm doing the, you know. Nothing of value was lost here when he offed himself. No, in fact, I thought it was sad to say, but I said for the betterment of the people in his region, it's best that he died. Because he was going to lead those people to his doom. He was going to lead those people to their doom under a false... Oh, yeah, you're right. I need to turn on the collections. Forgot. He was going to lead them to their death under a belief that he doesn't even fully understand. Or, like, he doesn't even have the full knowledge of it. So, for the sake of all the people at that place, they're better off that he is dead, unfortunately. Because he was just going to lead them there anyway. And then, oh yeah, and then going back to what I was saying, the thing that rose the most sus to me about what he said was when he told Alf and Alasia, if you say you want peace, then why wouldn't you accept the teachings of Garlemald? And he goes on to say like, oh, it's because we have different ideals and different principles and different blah 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 and da 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 da. And it's like, brother, we don't accept the teachings of Garlemald because your teachings are literally about the genocide of everyone else. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, that's what, when he said that, I was like, do you even know what Varus wants? Like, I don't even think you know. Like, of course people would be opposed to their own genocide. Like, what are you even talking about? What peace are you even going on about? There is no peace under your rule. That made me question whether he knew what Varus's intentions were, like, full-heartedly. I was livid too. I was like, how are they not arguing back about this? I couldn't believe it. Also, welcome, Chan. The fact that that there wasn't a you called peace when your men do as they please with their charges in the province option made me super super mad. I know, you just like seeing how they treat the literally Fedora's situation is like, you call that peace? People who join you, you literally won't even protect them when they're being attacked. Or the subjugation of the people of Doma. Granted, it's under Xenos, who's trying to entice them to have a warrior to come out to fight. So it's kind of a little different there. But she's literally going around and telling... She told that one villager... She told that one interaction where she told that villager, oh yeah, this guy did something, so kill him. Yeah, he's guilty of something, so yeah, just go kill him. Oh, okay. All right, thanks. All right, now kill your parents because they're too old to work. You think that's peace? That ain't no peace, dude. Shows how messed up the Empire was in their conquest regions. Yeah, I wouldn't argue that's so bad. Have we gotten everything from this lake? Everything except one. Peace was never an option. I think they said that in an X-Men movie. Peace was never an option. Come on, Clam. I only got 2 of you. I need... Damn it, I would have 3 if I didn't forget to freaking put on the collector's thing. Damn it. Hey, there we go. 3. Like if you see they destroy the people's capital and castle because of a failed experiment, and they said, damn, that's crazy. Well, y'all better clean up this mess and get your countrymen dead body out of the way and get back to work. That's fucked up. How are you gonna expect people to like want to be about what you and stuff like that when that's how you treat them? Alright, we need 3 more. I'm gonna assume we should be able to do the next one after this, because I'm gonna guess. We still have 2 areas to find. And we're gonna go back to these areas too, because there's... both had places that we couldn't get access to. Whatever this is being so elusive. There was another major 12 reference in there. Yeah, I don't think I care to do those. That and what was the other one? Eureka. The Guardian Legatus leading the forces you fight in there is Gabron. The evil brother? I pointed out that the Legatus that we were talking about, his outfit looked very much like a judge outfit. It looked very much like a judge's outfit. It looked like, I want to say the first judge you take on in the airship in 12, he has like the back, I think it's that guy, I might be wrong. But one of them had that like back, I don't know what you would call it, on their armor. Oh, hey, we got it. Nice. It looked pretty similar. Oh, by the way, for those that weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I imagine if you're players, you already know. But on Tuesday, since there's maintenance, we're gonna have to do something else for the first 3 hours of the stream because it's maintenance from 1 to 5. I'm not really sure at the moment what we'll do. As last time we did Resident Evil Mercenaries, and I finished doing in it what I wanted to do. Oh, hey, nice. Got the clamps. Sick. Need 2 more. Huh. Now they have similarities, but they don't look anything like their 12 counterparts at all. Hey, nice. Got it again. Sweet. 1 more. Could just play DBD for 3 hours. Could do that. Could do Resident Evil 4 Professional. Could play Monster Hunter Rise too. I'm behind on Monster Hunter Rise. Chucky's on the PTB. So he'll be out. He'll be out 3 to 4 weeks from now. So the PTB was this week. He'll be out in 3 to 4 weeks from this week. He looks so fun. He is. His commentary is the best. Take that, you dipshit. This is so amusing. I was very curious how they were going to handle him with him being so small. I didn't see them at all incorporating I didn't think they would ever do like a third person killer. But now that they have done that, that's gonna allow them to, you know, try more things for other ones. They might end up doing that for Victor, for the twins. Maybe they'll do that. Any luck finding those clams? As I mentioned, you should be able to find them in abundance around Camp Broken Glass. Don't forget to bring a healthy supply of leeches. Yep, got them all. Here you go, sir. Now I wonder if they'll get an Annabelle, since they found a way to get Chunky to work. I've never seen those movies. You are unable to carry any more white gathering scripts. You will not receive the full compensation. Where do I go use these again? Can I use them here? Here? I don't think I need anything. Chimera worm. Live bait for ether fishing. Okay, here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have. Yeah, I have everything. Why does it say I don't have the fishing pole? Oh no, it does say I have it. Yeah. Can I get folklore tombs yet? I guess we could see. What would that be? Material and miscellaneous? 8 tokens. Oh, here we go. This is 100. Sure. Would you ever want to buy more than one? You need like 30 for the book? Okay. Where do I turn them in at? Do I turn them in here in the city? No, I know you do it, I know we can do it in Ras Dahan. Out here, I guess. You want a Megan doll? I don't think I know what that is. I'm not up to date on horror, like recent horror stuff. Once horror movies started going like super paranormal activity stuff, I kind of started really checking out on all of them. Tool supply, Spender, area, apothecary, gemstone, retainer. There's no other merchants. Yeah, I guess we can't do it here. You'll get it once main story quest. You haven't unlocked the hub for them yet? Oh. Alright, let's go, here. I need 16 even on the one that costs us 100 points. This one? Regional Folklore Trader Token C. Alright, so I'll buy 15. It's 15,000. Material token. So even these, the B's are... The B ones are 16 as well. You need 16 to exchange for the tome later. For B, the B is for botanist. C is for fishing. How am I supposed to know that? Okay. Alright, well, thank you. Buy cordial? I already have a lot of them. I have a lot of them. I have 91 of these. And I'm probably about to get more. You've done it. And what a remarkable sample it is. My colleagues will be burning with envy when they hear I've obtained a specimen from Garlemald. How can I even begin to express my gratitude? Oh, you might be wondering who this is. My research has been progressing so well as of late that I've brought on a few of my students to serve as assistants to help me analyze all this data. At any rate, I can't thank you enough for braving those hostile environs for the sake of my life's work. No one in my field has had the chance to obtain substantial data from Garlemald until now. It would be no understatement to say your contribution is historical. Needless to say, this puts even more pressure on me to deliver with my thesis. Oh dear. My stomach's starting to feel queasy just thinking about it. Ah, Talakwa. Would you believe you're the talk of the studium? Even the senior faculty can scarcely wait to hear what you are able to glean about the ether currents of Garlemald. Professor, yes, it's all thanks to Akane here. Without her aid, I never could have procured this most valuable specimen. Indeed, truly, I have not seen a partnership between scholars and gleaners bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time. Oh, that's right. Speaking of Gleaner, I meant to tell you about everything I learned about the clams you brought. I'm pleased to report that that analyzing Garlean clams appears to have been the right call. Examining their growth lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years. Give me almost a full century of data to analyze. By far, the most intriguing thing I noticed is the reverse correlation between the ether levels near Dabanar and those in Garlemald. That is to say, over periods of time when the ether concentration was high near Dabanar, it was low in Garlemald. The reverse was also true. I see. A bit of evidence would seem to corroborate your thesis that the planet's ether currents move in tandem with each other. Should you manage to collect the data from more regions, I suspect you may very well be able to accurately predict changes in the fish populations across the world. This could make a remarkable implications for the future of fish trading. I was thinking the very same, Professor. Nothing would give me greater joy than if my research were to bring more tangible improvements in people's lives. Before meeting you, I never dreamed I would make it this far, but now I feel more confident than ever that I will be able to prove my hypothesis one day. Why? I can almost see my complete thesis in my mind's eye, but I cannot afford to get too complacent just yet. The most important work remains to be done. Uh-oh. I'm pleased to see that all is progressing well, and yet do not be surprised if it comes time when Talo's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he's forced to consider what truly drives him to engage in his work. For such times comes to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be. Should Talakwa find himself in an impasse, I can trust you'd lend your support when he needs it most, it would mean the world to him and to me. Stadium delivery complete. Esteem level increased. Talia considers you a seasoned fisher. A new quest containing the story of the faculty ethology is now available. Upon completion, oh, nice. In order to undertake the subsequent quest, you must complete the main scenario quest at World's End. Not available yet. Okay. Fix my gear? What's wrong with my gear? Oh. Oh, I see. Well, good thing we have this person outside. All right. Mender. 5,622 bucks. It's all good. Maybe we should. What about our other gear? That's good. Hey Ram, hello. There's a lot of back alley things that Google doesn't know about. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. God, please. You know, I used to be someone that like rarely sneezed, and now I sneeze all the time. I wonder what changed. So use Naver. Oh, I've heard of the second one. I've never downloaded it though. I have Naver downloaded on my phone. Hey Doxy, hello. Hello. Welcome back, Akane. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it's plain that I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the livestream towards Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, that I could only laugh. For it was in a moment under Raha's... For in that moment, I was under Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zult. Would that I could laugh at times like this. Though we prevented Zodark from being unleashed upon the world, I'm curious as to what else took place on the moon. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account? Let us reconvene in the main hall once they arrive. Neighbor Maps is a different app than just Neighbor. I like how Google Maps is. Hold on. I have my phone right here. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually didn't download Neighbor. I'm sorry. I got it mistaken with Pago. I was thinking of that instead. Is it the one? Yeah. Alright. Jeez Louise. Yeah, so how are they going to... I wonder how they're going to go about the form. This is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Really? No voice acting, huh? I'm surprised. You would think this would be voice acted. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Irion J be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid. Although Akane can explain why better than I. Nod. Is it in Seoul as well? The final days, as befell Uramont. And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I have no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answer at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as well as case in time of the Amarant, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entire star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodark, sacrificing half of the star's population in doing so. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amarants could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we have no clues. We found no clues in Mara Lamitor. There is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Alamatane's creation magics, but we can command no such power, which invites the question what havoc is in store for us. If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past, thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the forum then. Having worked with the Loporrits in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I have urgent news. The forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. Okay. What are you up to, old man? Oh, voice acting. Oh, that's the Valkyrie theme. It's no good.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Telophoroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Okay. Well, they're gonna undo the spell?
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Yeah. Hey, Intra, hello. Yo, take it easy, Lander.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Njunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
Yes.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the Great Exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Okay.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
I'm guessing they're gonna allow only themselves up there and no one else.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Take your time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do?
He's gonna say
to ignore
die.
the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
To ignore the blight of those, one might consider save is not wisdom. Is their grandfather's quote? You could have said that the first time you met their dad too. A great hero deserves a good night's sleep. It's just funny. That's the first thing he brings up. It's like, oh yeah, we got all these people we can save. Yeah, we can do this. We gotta go to sleep. That's funny. And Thancred of all people to say it too. Corral tells me that the forum has a rather monumentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isles of Vale. To recognize the realization, the running and mixture of relief and regret after. Why me? I asked myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together. And who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. But enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chambers await. Return to your chambers. Cutscene, I assume? Headpiece? Yeah. How's the story right now? It's going pretty nice. Intra, you behaving on Sunday? This again. Who is it? A visitor came knocking at the door. Whoever could it be? It's definitely not a Stinian. It's one of these. Oh, maybe it's whoever you pick. That could be, yeah. It could be maybe whoever you pick. Well, my choices would be a Stinian or a Shtola. It's who you pick, huh?
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment?
Okay. No, don't look at my ugly shoes.
Nothing appears out of the ordinary. A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly. In your recent battle on the moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiac. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul? Forgive me. That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarot. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell.
Yes, ma'am.
That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well, and may the shadows keep you.
Who's behind us? Even a goodnight kiss on the forehead. Nope. Short while in the Alamagang quarters. Meanwhile, at a... not the Legion of Doom. No, this can't be good.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Okay.
I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too.
Uh-huh. What?
But is it true? They brought back tempered Garlean soldiers.
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Who's this? Okay. Meanwhile, in Ishgard, same thing. Oh, that's the...
Another day, another commission of paramount importance.
Yeah.
Oh, what have we here?
Okay.
Are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
My man.
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. Yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Okay. Huh. What the? That's Tharenvale. That's where the dragon is. Wait, what's this music? Oh, okay. Wait, no, what is this music? Has this always been here? Okay. I don't think I have any side quests, no. Skies Aflame. No, it's for the moment. Tataru's presence brings the anxiety music. I mean, when you're the true evil of the game. Sure. Can you imagine if they actually did that and made Tataru like the big evil the entire time? This innocent little lady who's been here the entire time is the true evil of the entire series. She's been with you every step of the way. Watching you as you go on. And like all the little evil and mischievous smiles she's given you was her showing her true nature to you, yet you were oblivious. Tataru is frowning her brow in consideration. Akane, I was just about to call you. I'm afraid that we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Raznahan. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Okay. Oh, wait, before we go, though. Head armor. Nice. Okay. Okay. God, those shoes look so ugly. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact at Raznahan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, this is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Raznahan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Corel, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. A similar phenomenon may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. That's not a face you can trust, see? Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Yada Yamad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. You're telling me that's the face you're supposed to trust? Okay.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The hell? Heidelin, why are you doing all this?
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
Oh.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out.
Okay.
Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
Oh, shit. So that's what the black smoke was.
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
He's gonna have to scourge him.
I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
Okay.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Help you? The entire planet's on fire? No, stop showing my kicks. They ugly. I haven't had time to fashion. Okay. So he said dense jungle, so I assume we're going over here. Time to change up the glam. It's officially too hot for the coat. Yeah. How do you take it off? You do remove, right? Yep. Whoa, now that is too much leg showing. Whoa. I am a modest monk. That is way too much leg showing. The Valkyrie theme. Dude, they really love this theme. Everyone has assembled, yes? Oh, fuck. I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I wish I would have you board this boat and circle around the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred woods home to many temples and number of villages. Vitra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy the blasphemy. Oh, it's a dungeon. Oh. I was thinking it was going to be like a solo thing. Okay. Oh, I've already fished here. How many dungeons in this one? This is only our third dungeon and we're halfway through it. That's crazy. I love the part where the twins get to tell their dad we're on the same side, idiot. One or more pieces of your gear is considerably low. All well. All well. You have to worry about that later. Whoa. Whoa, what the hell is that? These look like some S&T mob. What the hell kind of weapon was that guy using? It looked like a Bloodborne weapon. That's literally a Bloodborne weapon. With the spinning wheel and everything.
These are children of madmen. Forgive me. I could do them no
Oh, I can finally use the upgraded AoE. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Wait, why can I not? Oh, I was too far away. Oh, shit. Is anybody going to pick out the new Steam Deck that came out?
If this is the only way.
The OLED.
Pray continue onward.
These don't resemble anything. I'm still waiting for my Switch to come in. You're still waiting? It's been so long. This upgrade to the Steam Deck is kind of like kind of basically like the OLED upgrade to the Steam Deck. Sorry, to the Switch, basically. It's like pretty much the same thing. What are we fighting? Oh, what the hell is that? They waited a week and a half to even ship it? Wait, where is it coming from? Oh. Coming from the US? Dang, it took that long. That's so long. Yeah, I missed freaking my buttons, man. my buttons are messed up now, like at the beginning of it. Then they normalize during. God, I suck during that. Jesus. I've had the case and the extra SD card I bought for a week now, but dang.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near, beyond your guard.
That does suck. What case did you get? I cannot imagine playing my Switch in handheld mode without the case that I bought here. Oh wow, it's the horse enemy from Final Fantasy XII. Yeah, that horse enemy's found 12. I don't remember exactly where in 12 though. Maybe the field area. Oh, you're kidding. Shit. No. Their mom transformed and then they transformed. Damn. That's fucked up. Damn. I got the slim flip cover for now, so I'd probably use it on my commute across town. So it's something I can pull out easy on the metro. Man, that is one huge difference about there and here. I would never in a million years think about pulling out my Switch on the subway at all. I would think I'd get mugged so bad. Oh, for sure. I would never do it in New York. Yeah. No way. I wonder what is the difference between why it's so different there and here in that regard. Is it like values taught to them as like children or something? Like, I wonder why that's so different. What are the elephant doing here? It's where they live at. This used to be their home. Not anymore. Dude, my health. Jeez, weak. I got hit by this last time. Or I got a vulnerability stack last time. I guess I'm not getting farther enough away, I guess. I guess you gotta get to the edge. Culture differences, I guess, more ingrained in them. I guess? Yeah, I don't know. It's always one thing I've wondered when I hear people say like, oh man, you could like leave your stuff and it won't be taken, etc, etc, and I'm like, man, you could not do that here. Oh, you had to get in the water, avoid it? Oh, I didn't notice. This is a mixture of Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy XII mobs right here. The bird from 12 and the little guys from 11. They attack their own home? While they attack their own home? But we don't know what's going on. Oh, these are from Final Fantasy XII as well. The birds? They're in that village, the first village you visit right outside the starting city. Grab an S-Star. In fact, this was a boss at one point in this game. On my way to the concert, we were all packed like sardines on the bus when a bunch of us are getting off. The girl's wallet first broke off and landed on the ground without her noticing, and another girl picked it up and ran after her to give it back. Yeah, stuff like that. I wonder why that's like so different there versus like say here. I guess it has to be a culture thing. I guess. Not to say that people wouldn't do that here, but the part with the mom hits you every time again, dude, it's so sad. That's so messed up. Then again, that's intro writing at its finest. It's not death and chaos and sadness. That's what keeps intro at his position at these places, making the big bucks. Okay. I guess I'm supposed to stay here? I don't. I'm sorry. I tried to run to the back. I'm sorry. I apologize. Has Val been playing the PTB for Chucky intro? Whoa. I would assume, yeah. If so, has she been liking it? That mechanic trips people up to spend time visually if you're colorblind. Well, I didn't know if I was like... I don't know if I was supposed to... If I was supposed to match them, or if I was supposed to... Oh, shit. I didn't know if I was supposed to match them or not. Or... opposite. Oh, you don't know? I'm dead. Damn it. Did Microsoft give everyone GTA 5 for free at some point? Because my game library, I've never purchased it. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe they had a partnership with Rockstar. I mean, it's the most profitable piece of entertainment in the world. Not even just like video games, like entertainment in general. So I think it's like sales numbers are like stupid crazy high. Okay, so opposite. I guess no. Okay. Dude, that's such a troll. I was gonna let the other guy use it, but he... I haven't played 3 or 5. Hey, first soldier. It was small enough that it could have been easily tucked away in a pocket and quickly stolen without much effort, too. Yeah, that's wild. No, I was gonna let him do it because I died so much. Since I died so much, I was gonna let him do it. But he didn't use it. So I was like, alright. I'm ruined.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
Damn.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. The last thing you ever wanted, a link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Have a good night, Snowy.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
That'd be absolutely hilarious. He loses his grip on a dragon and falls all the way to the ground and dies. No! Or he jumps off the dragon to do a dive, hits his target, and then he tries to get back on the dragon and misses and just falls down to the ground. Oops. Blink. Holy shit. This dude's tail is thick. Damn. My goodness. I thought his was thick. Jesus. Wait, no, he has armor on his. Oh, I see. It's armor. He's cheating. He's cheating, dude. That's artificial. This dude got this dude's over here fabricating his tail. Radiant's host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city. Though it pains me to know those beasts were once my people. There is no telling where or when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves to whatever is yet to come. I'm taking money. Trust system, yep. Burden is heavily indeed, yet he needs not to bear it alone. Forgive me, my friends. I must return to the Magla Duta for the time being. There, I can better manage the crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggers these events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is the essence. Let us split into 3 groups. That way we may cover more ground. Elise and I will seek the Pasca path. Thancred and Ishtola pray make for Dalraham. I leave Artha to Gaura and you, Akane. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemies or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us convene in front of the Magna Duta, that we might share what we have learned with the strap. Hey, welcome back, Fox. The mother and kids actually got wiped out of existence. That shit broke my heart. That shit was sad, dude. And you know that's happening. That's gonna happen. Like that's already happened to like a ton of other people too. Shall we be off then? Ratha is home to the High Council of Al-Kimia. Those alchemists forged many of our wandering scales. That seems a good place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuha Dean, the chief alchemist there. On our last visit, he said he'd be happy to answer our inquiries. Yep, I know. Oh, hold on. Before we go, isn't there a collect appraiser? Purple. Oh, 4,000 is the cap. Oh, okay. You? Oh, I can exchange. I can get them now. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can get them now. Nice. Because I remember being able. I remember coming here and seeing it. Sure. Hand over. Nice. Among unspoiled gathering points, there are legendary sites that can be discovered by acquiring tomes of regional folklore. Each volume contains the tales and traditions of a particular region, and uses the items using the item adds this information to your gathering log under special. Volumes you have yet to obtain can be viewed in your gathering log. There are many valuable resources out there waiting to be found. And it begins by collecting tomes of regional folklore. Okay, so I can get another one. Whoa, they didn't have this at the other place? Whoa, now. Maybe they did, I just didn't notice. I get, alright, so 16 more. Okay. Grab. No. This one. Thank you. Alright, now I can actually use them. That's nice. I didn't know they had access to them before the main quest. I remember coming here when we came here, and I was like, oh, hey. I thought there might have been one in the other city, but I guess not. I think that's it. Yeah, materia merchant. I think it's it. That Agra, you would be a great Alira. Comparing tales. 4,000 for all the hoarder of scripts. I remember those red eyes. You were one of those Lions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We're assisting the Strat in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you catch a glimpse? Did you catch sight of any other creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disrupted by crashing footsteps so powerful that the ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I panicked. I heard panic screams coming from directions of False Bazaar. In the instance, the monstrous beast poked its head out of the midst of the stall. A handful of radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled them skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Yeah, I remember that. You couldn't access the ones in Yulmore until you finished the story. I remember that. Because I remember those merchants just like appearing out of nowhere. Discuss the textile stalls. So these are the Iranian weave, I must say. It bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of the convoys. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert on Porpoise culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlotte. And like as not, I will ever reside there again. That said, in recent days, I felt more acutely aware of my heritage and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherit the royal eye, and with it, the wisdom of the ancient Alag. And so, well, I simply hold that my countrymen are safe. I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day when this calamity is but a memory, I can see Corvos again, if only once. Oh, literally right here. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You have better luck asking there. Okay. Is something matter, traveler? If you're lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all. Though I wished I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was a fiend, its massive body bursting through the entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone, as quick as it came. Okay. Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not tomorrow, if it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? But first I heard screams. Then a horde of raving beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Maride, throwing people about like rag dolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. But shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng, beasts or victims. I couldn't tell, I knew not what was happening, and I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray stay close to your friends and loved ones. The rest, your body and mind will be able, while you are able. I suspect that is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it's best we find a place outside of the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetheryte Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in the Mayhan can surely tell us more. Okay. Going after that enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it. Including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there by the window. A few men and merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversations must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buried his head in his hands and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body burst apart, and there stands this hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gasping maws and bludgeoning eyes. His friends started shrieking, and then the black mist comes again until the change takes them to the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Mila, the barmaid, chattering with them, though. She might know something. Oh, look, it's Fedora. Not really. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant has been calling it, anyway. I saw it too. We all did. I was suddenly here at the counter at the Maradid, poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got his claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Methrid himself and the others survived, clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. Okay. Alright. Hey, welcome, Ron. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Keisha, good morning. Hello there. Welcome to the Mihared's Mayhan. What can we get you? We have come not for, libations, but rather for information. You are, Mihail, yes? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the Stratap behalf. We heard it was one of your customers, a merchant. that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Kalzahan was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the export of Tharvanel specialties. Wait, we've heard that name before. Where have I heard that name before? It definitely rings a bell. Come to think of it, didn't you meet Kalzahan when you first came to Tharvanel? If I recall, he ran a trading operation in... Oh, that guy! He was the dragon guy in Yidamont. It was through him that the Solians were acquainted with the fisherman Matsuya. Yeah. God, that's been... Alright. Yeah. That is the same Kalzahan, no doubt. A rather successful man from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popped up everywhere. Cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Ugh. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed. Cal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who couldn't, who counted on him to sell their wares. Hey, thanks for following. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting. As far as I could hear, yet as they discussed matters further, Cal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me. I would have not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask you one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Cal in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help? You? Cal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Huh. Still, perhaps his neighbors knew something I do not? I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? Better than nothing. Na, 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 na. Okay. Millie has information that should serve you well. Cal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. And from what I gather, Cal lived there since childhood. It was known throughout the neighborhood. Kalma, the name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I can't promise that you'll find what you seek there, but nothing else is a start. Come, let's see where this lead takes us. He's accompanying you. Yeah. Oh, that area. Ask for directions. Let's see. Leave here. Leave the Mihan. We're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheryte Plaza. Yeah, he introduced us to the elephant. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot him. Oops. I mean, so much has happened. From here, we ascend the stairs. Okay. So many moon rabbits. It was a lot of moon rabbits, yes. This must be UG, which, in case, we should take the path leading southeast. Okay. There's literally a talking point right here. If we keep going this way, we should arrive at Calm before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite an adventure, isn't it? I can only hope we explore Razdahan at our leisure once this crisis is past. Yeah. This must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us about Cal. Given recent events, I imagine there are many. Many are taking shelter indoors. Okay. Hello. Nothing over here. No. Yo. Oh, there we go. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has came to Tharvanol. I encourage you stay alert and prepare for the flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Cal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Cal? I know him. And in fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around thanks to the generous order from the Ruve Dal Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoke with him since, but I assume it all went well. Dijana Baha. might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who broke the agreement, or the arrangement. Dejin Baha at the Ruby Dale Fibers. Let's make a point to visit him after we speak with the other locals. Okay. Cal, you say? I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. He spent his days procuring the finest wares, seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easy as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. It's no surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn to till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for the way to turn his fortunes around. Yet, then at night I heard the door open. I looked out to see Kyle sitting on the bench, his head hung low, the man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of, other than troubles with his consortium. He was the same old Cal, cordial and honest like always. These questions you're asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughter told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here I am. I've heard little about these bizarre going-ons. Man, she's oblivious. Rest assured the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you to stay close to your daughter and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Okay. Whole ass time. Yeah, he was involved at the bazaar. Yeah. Yeah. As in, he was eating people. If I'm not mistaken, these stairs lead to Daha Realm. It's quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and stars fell. Creation magic ran amok. That was my assumption when I saw the Amaran. Perhaps the ancients believed the same? That the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity? And yet, those self-same honors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that set the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? What indeed? You could say his problems are non-existent. Bizarre, you mean cafeteria. They were farming silkworms. This must be the Relvedon fibers, where we shall find Degenabaha. Okay. You want me to just... Oh, I was going to say, you want me to just jump down? I didn't see these stairs here. Wait, who the hell are these two? And hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. Damn, she got a thick tail, too. So I guess it's not just the guys that get thick tails. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions we'd like to. I'm sorry, I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be assistants? Perhaps we can speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to do, what to put what where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. A man's pants are poofier than MC Hammer's. Do 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 do. Oh, this area is for employees only. Ow, ow. What's that? You've come to help. Oh, praise to Minduruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you pass 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry small crates to Nabri Bahal by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manuha, and the massive crates there goes to Zemira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once you've been delivered, consider your work here complete. You have limited time to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location to begin anew. Let's go, baby. I'm ready. Where am I going? Here you go, sir. Threads, is it? And you come to the right place. Thank you for your aid. You gotta go. That's a big ass box. How do you expect me to carry that? If you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for your delivery. All right, how are we supposed to move this big ass box? Like that, I guess. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? Good thing that never know when you need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. Creative fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. You sure you got this, bud? You carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? Ah, and so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. And my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Deva Jimbahab and assure to him our work is proceeding at pace. To tell you the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Moving that box with the lalafell is hilarious. Wow, that monk be lifting. Done as I asked, have you? If Kalamaha is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You've done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatuses entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attacks unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us here still saw it all. We looked at the burning sky in confusion, and then before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in an instant, he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed. Okay. So it's like if you see... I'm sorry. Was there something you wanted to ask? Indeed. You knew the merchant Cal, did you not? I believe he had some dealing with your establishment. Cal? I know him well. We arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fragments. But in the end, we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for such a small commission, and we had been fools to refuse. It felt terrible. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as the day. He said he had discussed it with his associates, but I could tell that he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in the Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushing to the very brink turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Cal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? Much remains unclear, but I believe we're drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Okay. Garati is eager to share all you have learned with your comrades. We were to reconvene with the others in front of the Mega Duda. Were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will already have returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than anywhere. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. I thank you for the concern and pray you two to take care as well. Okay. Oh, cutscene?
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Okay.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients.
With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
Okay.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
What is it now?
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali.
Oh.
A humble fisherman.
Our fishing buddy.
Ah. I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, stick their fangs into him? The fangs!
Oh.
Get away from her, now!
Oh no. Man. Oh, we saw a first-hand account. Damn her too.
We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Yeah, it's spreading pretty damn quick. Dang Creed.
As fast as you can.
No!
Damn. Oh, damn. Damn. Now how's the father not turned?
Our people, you must save
No
them.
way. Damn. Damn.
My son. The soldier!
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own.
Oh, so you can stop it.
Yes. You will survive. You must.
This part annoyed me. There's 0 chance we weren't fast enough to stop that. True. What? How did the father not transform though? He literally watched his son transform and then get stepped on. How did he not transform? Like that's cutscene logic. Uh-oh.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground.
Channeling those.
Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right. Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Oh, he's even sounding more like him. In tone. We must save Palakistan, whatever it takes. Matsuya, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I would ask of your aid as well. Of course, Palakistan is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellencies before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I have no choice but to turn back. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Akane, I ask that you take the lead in dispatching any beasts you encounter. LSA and I will keep Matsuya safe amidst the trees. Follow when the path is clear. There's no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. Yeah, there's no way, like, we couldn't have gotten there to stop that, dude. Like, come on now. They're gonna explain why why he's not gonna turn. All right. Okay. We'll do this. Da, 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 da. Ah, this fucker. I think he's the one that killed me the most in the dungeon. Cutscene logic like that always annoys me, but it's why Tales of Arise was a breath of fresh air, because at least the deaths in that game weren't a result of sudden BS and cutscenes. Oh no. Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, it depends on what you need at the moment, really. Like sometimes you'll need money, and sometimes you'll need the gear. Just take the gear at that time. If you don't need it, you know, take the money. I'll admit, that move is pretty cool. Yeah, it's all up to you, yeah. Based on what you need in the moment. Dude. It cannot be. We must heal those we can, quickly. I see no beast. Did-it-it. Did-it-it. I'm sorry, I'm not a healer, I'm a destroyer. The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wound suggests the villager was gorged by a terrible beast. Oof. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. Ellipsis. You call out, but the man does not respond. Here? Oh, it's that guy. Have you come to help us? It's too late. Too late, my family, my friends. These are the villagers, these are the only villagers who survived. I can only hope the others manage to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts by the 12, let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high. At least we ourselves suffer the similar fate. Yeah, he's not wrong. New Aetheryte destination is now available. Oof. Is this 86? No, we're still on 85. Oh, man. Dude. What the? Damn, what a quest to have the end of the day. Right. Right. That's just like, here's depression. Ugh. Well, everybody, you know what time it is. I will have to see you all
So dance, while I put you in a trance, and let's party.